evening.
Stand by.
Oh, you're so kind. Thank you so much. Thank you, Drew. Good evening. Welcome to the May 19th school committee meeting. It is like 7:02, 7:03, and we will call the meeting to order. The first order of business tonight is the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would like to stand, you can at this time. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So we have a very long agenda tonight, so we'll discuss that in a minute. The superintendent had a statement she wanted to read, and then we will do the official tabulation of the election results.
Great. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by acknowledging the truly unfortunate and unacceptable circumstances concerning the chat on the HW Cam YouTube live stream during the May 5th school committee meeting. Members of our community posted homophobic and hateful comments in the chat that violated the core values of this district and violated every tenet of civil discourse and public engagement. Any commentary that disrespects or demeans an individual or group of people will not be tolerated. As a community, we share responsibility for the tone of our public meetings in our towns and our schools. We ask parents to reinforce these core values with your children. It matters how we speak to and about one another. Hamilton Wenham can be better, and I hope you will join me in recommitting ourselves to respectful dialogue and building an inclusive, welcoming environment for our students and all who live and visit our communities. Thank you.
Super, thank you. So, almost 2 weeks ago, there was an election in town, and the regional agreement says that the school committee must gather and tabulate the results. I do believe, however, that everyone is aware of what the results were and that the town clerks are capable of adding, but I will announce them. So in Wenham, Julia Campbell received 274 votes. In Hamilton, Julia received 657 votes for a total of 931 votes. Jennifer Carr in Wenham received 257 votes and 650 in Hamilton for a total of 907 votes. Those two candidates were elected to the school committee. So welcome, and welcome back.
Could I just address the chair? I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing. I just want to make sure our sound is... Okay.
They can hear it there. Okay, great. And I will speak up, sorry. I'm used to being very close to the mic all day. All right, so we are now at the point where we will hear citizens' comments. And for the time being, we will continue to do this through Zoom and in person, although based on the governor's statements, we do expect that the Zoom portion of public comments will be going away, but we're awaiting more clarification from the Attorney General's office. So there are people here in person. Is there anybody online? Just one person. Great. So, and I really apologize, I cannot see people. That's one of the things I need to do when the pandemic is over. So if you would like to come to the mic, you'll announce your name, your address, and tonight Dana will be keeping the time. Yes. Oh, there's no mic there? There's no mic there. Oh, yeah, come on over here then. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize that.
Hi, my name is Erica Mitchell. I'm 30 Marjorie Street in Hamilton. I'd like to make a public statement on behalf of our Parent-Teacher Task Force. The Parent-Teacher Task Force has representatives from all of our schools and grade levels and includes a wide range of professional backgrounds. This group of was formed as a result of shared sentiment that our voices are too often not heard nor valued as evidenced by many of the actions of the administration and school committee. In a recent meeting, we discussed two specific administrative decisions that we wish to address publicly. The first is the 6th grade world language program. A recent poll was given to both parents and teachers that asked the following question: do you feel that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School District should have a 6th grade language program? The results were that 85% of the teachers said yes, and 14 said maybe, and 94% of parents said yes. It is clear that both parents and teachers overwhelmingly support a 6th grade language program. Foreign language literacy is an important component of the district goal to prepare our students with, and I quote from our mission statement on our website, the knowledge and skills needed to be successful members of our global economy and engaged citizens of the 21st century. We implore the district leadership and the school committee to seriously consider their decision surrounding this and develop plans to provide our students with this opportunity in the 2021-22 school year. The second issue is the reading specialist reorganization. A recent poll given to both parents and our elementary school teachers asked if they support the district's plan to eliminate reading specialists and to replace them with K-5 literacy coordinator and to have teaching assistants provide instruction to the students. The result was that 100% of the elementary teachers said no. That's 100% of the elementary school teachers said no. 57% of parents said no, and 34% of parents said they don't have enough understanding of the structure to answer. It is clear that the overwhelming majority of parents and teachers do not support this model or do not have an understanding from the administration about what it entails. The superintendent has made a public statement that this model has been successful in other districts. Therefore, we are requesting the following evidence to be provided within a week to substantiate that claim. What are the specific districts that have used this model and have shown success? How has this success been measured and what data is used to support this claim? And what is the training model that will be used to train the teaching assistants, and when and by whom will this training be given? We'd like a copy of the training module. It has become abundantly clear and obvious that many critical decisions are being made by the administration and superintendent that do not have the support of either the teachers nor the parents. Thank you for your time. We look forward to hearing back from you as soon as possible on these time-sensitive issues.
Okay, why don't we take the person online?
Sure, we have one person, and
Okay.
Want to move them over?
Everett Russell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
No?
We can hear you. It says we are muted.
Hi, Eric, can you hear us?
Me, but
Yes.
talk now. Hey, I'm Everett. I presented 2 weeks ago about advocating for a late acknowledgement policy. Sorry, I'm Everett, 200 Linden Street. And So I presented 2 weeks ago about late acknowledgement as a greater policy to the school committee, and more recently I thought, while we're waiting on the school committee to make a decision, we might as well informally decide to do it at graduation, because it's a very quick thing. And now I'm being told that it is that it's the school committee's domain to decide the agenda for the graduation. So I guess I'm here to say that I'm wondering what the authority of the school committee is with graduation and whose decision it is, because I want to make very clear that I'm asking for two different things, different hats. I was coming in and saying, hey, could we have this official policy? And this was me. Then later I came as I was emailing my principal saying, could we add this to the agenda? because it would be very brief. There's not a lot of back and forth apparently, but that's about it.
Great, thank you. All right, hi.
Julia McDougall, 57 Blueberry Lane. There continues to be an abundance of concerns and confusions regarding the reading specialist reorganization. The decision to implement this reorganization hasn't included appropriate input from our educational community. It's not supported with data and should not occur until it can be a data-driven decision that's in the best interest of our children and schools. Our teachers, the actual adults that work directly with our students, need to be more involved in this process and on a much greater level than has occurred to date. The parents of this community continue to be opposed to the decision or haven't been properly informed about the decision-making process and the components of the reorganization. A Hamilton Wenham parent concerned with the lack of understanding amongst the parents reached out to the superintendent requesting a Zoom meeting to explain the restructuring to parents and was told no, instead only being offered a one-on-one phone call. In recent surveys regarding the restructuring, Hamilton Wenham educators stated, and I quote, "This move is irresponsible, especially after a year like this one." Quote, "Receiving instruction provided by a highly trained teacher of reading is a necessity, not a preferred option." Quote, "I feel that classroom teacher sentiments regarding this change are not being heard and valued by our administrators." Quote, "We need to restructure our Tier 2 instructional model. However, reducing the number of highly trained teachers providing interventions and replacing them with TAs is not the answer." Parents commented, "I have a child who requires reading assistance. I am definitely uncomfortable that the specialized professional for him will not be there." Another parent, "I understand it and find it completely out of touch with what is best for the students and teachers. It makes zero sense to replace reading specialists with coaches. This could not be a worse time to eliminate the structure and support from students." Another parent, "Communication on the details of this new model of support has been less than poor. It's been misleading. After spending time digging through the budget, I can't imagine why we would cut reading specialists to replace with less qualified, less trained replacements at a time when we need this specialty more than ever. We cannot lose these amazing and necessary supports for our young children at a crucial learning time." We reached out to numerous reading specialists outside the Hamilton Wenham community with expertise in the science of reading. They reviewed the proposed restructuring and have significant concerns with the approach. There is a lack of expertise required for the instructional coach position. It puts unqualified TAs with our at-risk students to conduct interventions without the knowledge base to do so effectively. It removes the most qualified professionals, the reading specialists, from direct service with our children and makes them middle management. One professional in the field stated, and I quote, "After reviewing the job description, it appears that the instructional coach role is focused on all instruction, not just reading. This is quite common in terms of leading data efforts, RTI supports, etc. However, this person usually works in conjunction with a reading specialist and sometimes a math specialist in the building to provide services. It sounds like the coaching position is also mentoring new teachers. They are really cramming in a lot here." End quote. We implore this district to reconsider this model as it is not in the best interests of our children. Thank you.
And Kristen?
Kristen Crockett, 5 Birch Road, Wenham, and I'm here just to read a letter that my daughter wrote that she asked me to read to you guys. I am a 5th grader at Bucher School. I heard the school committee was going to vote to put up the LGBTQ flag tonight. I hope you vote yes. I know many people from Bucher and not from Bucher. They are terrified to tell the world that they are different, that they are who they want to be. They're scared to tell the truth about themselves to the world. The more I think about it, the more I feel sorry for those kids and adults who are afraid about telling this truth. We put a flag in all of the classrooms that honors the country. Why can't we put up a single flag to honor all of the people inside of this classroom who are part of this country? Riley Crockett. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie?
Hi, Carrie Gelsma, 35 Hilltop Drive, Wenham. I'm commenting on why I support a yes vote for displaying pride or progress flags. I'm glad you obtained a second legal opinion on this issue. The first one extols the value of being viewpoint neutral, but the opinion itself is not. It frames displaying flags as political issues, connoting fear of legal quagmires, but it fails to mention another viewpoint. LGBTQ flags are also welcoming. The first opinion also doesn't present a thorough analysis of legal doctrine, which the second one balances out. Your due diligence includes examining differing legal opinions. I ask that you also ground your decision-making in existing precedent, state educational policies, and evidence-based research on how to support our LGBTQ students who experience hate speech in our schools. By doing so, you'll find voting yes on these flags is well-founded. Twice in 2 weeks, we've seen hate speech against LGBTQ students. We're all responsible for calling out this wrong and affirming our LGBTQ students, like displaying pride or progress flags. Our school library displays a pride flag and images of it in hallways. Other school committees and schools display pride flags. Our towns voted to display them, so have Boston and US embassies. I could go on. Our State Board of Education and Commission on LGBTQ Youth created principles for ensuring safe and supportive learning environments for LGBTQ students. They state schools should review policies to identify barriers to a safe and successful learning experience for LGBTQ students and promote practices that improve their participation. The anti-LGBTQ culture in our schools is a barrier. Displaying these flags could improve LGBTQ participation. I'm concerned that not following other local and state leaders on this issue could signal your lack of support for our LGBTQ students. Evidence-based research also supports a yes vote. A 2020 LGBTQ mental health survey reconfirmed that LGBTQ youth experience higher rates of bullying, self-injury, suicidality, and other risks. More than 40% surveyed considered attempting suicide. 68% had anxiety, 48% self-harmed, and 33% had been threatened or harmed. Evidence-based research also shows that school support improves LGBTQ lives. For example, attempted suicide rates were 20% in schools that did not support LGBTQ, but these dropped to 11% in schools that did. Supportive schools cut the attempted suicide rate in half. Thank you for considering existing precedents, state policies, and evidence-based research as you decide how to vote. In addition to flags, I'd also like to ask, what else can you do to transmute oppression into support for our LGBTQ students? Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Carrie, can I ask you a question? When you talk about a second legal opinion, what are you talking about?
There were 2 exhibits posted
Okay,
on the meeting agenda.
thank you.
So maybe it's maybe it's an addendum.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I thought that the second posting, as I stated, was a good use of my tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. And then after, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but after this person, we'll have finished public comment. So thank you.
Natalie Hildreth, 121 Linden Street, Hamilton. Hard to talk with this. As a resident of Hamilton and a parent of 2 children in the district, I am requesting that the school committee set a new tone for their meetings and conduct. As evidenced by last meeting's YouTube comments, the students are watching. Throughout the past year, viewers have watched a tone of disrespect and hostility during these meetings. At the last school committee meeting, a request was made from a committee member for a student presenter to have an introduction. This simple request could have helped alleviate wrong pronoun usage, but instead the request was needlessly and rudely dismissed. This is how our student began their presentation, under this pretense. At what point does accountability factor here? We know this is an unpaid position that puts in countless hours, but it is an elected position for which you chose to run. If, as an elected official, this job and the community pressure is too much to handle, please step aside for someone else who is up for the task. It's a good thing that there are different perspectives that make up the school committee, and instead of shutting down what may appear to you as opposition, maybe listen to why your fellow committee member believes differently. Diversity is a good thing. Hamilton Wenham needs more voices from various backgrounds, orientations, and economic status. We can't teach our children to not be bullies if we ourselves cannot listen respectfully and reach outside ourselves to understand differences. Your family's experience does not represent all the families in this district. This should never be the way that you come to your vote. In closing, I'm requesting that the district begin diversity, equity, and inclusion training and curriculum now. We need to move the district forward to be an inclusive community that welcomes diversity and will not stand for intolerant language or behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. No applause, thank you. Okay, so tonight we have a very lengthy agenda, one that I do not believe we will complete. And in addition, we have an executive session at the end. So I would like to know if you guys would like to reorganize the agenda, or if you would like to just say, you know, at 10 o'clock we'll stop, and whatever it is, we'll schedule another meeting. Do you guys want to hold to the times on the agenda? Like, what do you want to do to be sure we get through this in a reasonable amount of time?
Question?
Yep.
When will we hold the second meeting?
I don't know, next Wednesday? I don't know. It could be next Wednesday, just because Wednesdays are, you know, a typical school committee meeting, but I don't know. I literally was just looking at it and emails today and the things like that. I was like, there's just no way to get through all of this, so. Yep, oh, Dana.
Yeah, I agree. The meeting, the agenda is daunting. I guess I'm flexible and respectful about what my other fellow committee members would like to do, but I spent a lot of time today being really prepared, and I feel like we should give it a go. I really do.
Okay.
I would concur that we should all be mindful of the time, but I think a lot of this could be relatively quick. I would say that since we're missing 2 of our members, that if we get to a point on the agenda where a vote needs to be taken on any matter, we should continue to push that down to all 7 of us are present.
Okay.
Are you including the consent agenda in that?
I think we can go through the consent agenda.
I think I would exempt that from that, but I think anything that might be slightly more contentious, we should get everyone here.
Okay. All right, so let's start with the consent agenda, and at 10 o'clock, we'll just see where we're at.
Sure. Do you want to ask a question?
Yeah, does anybody want to hold anything from the consent agenda?
Yes.
Seeing none, make a motion. Oh, you do? Okay,
yes,
thank you.
I think we should hold the scholarships and donations.
Thank you. All right, so we'll hold D and E.
I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee approve the consent agenda parts A, B, and C as presented on this evening's agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great, second by Anna. All in favor? Great. All right. Dana, what did you want to say about the Wright Memorial Scholarship Fund? Actually, it reminded me I had questions about it.
I really held them because I wanted, if someone wants to speak to them. Do you have a?
My question was, I didn't understand if this was a payout to a student or if this was like an incoming new scholarship. Do you know, Vinny?
It's an incoming new scholarship that's being closed by Bank of America. So this is the last disbursement, but they had to disperse it before the students elected their college and everything was accepted. So they asked us to take the money so they can close the account.
Got it.
And then we disperse it one time.
Super, now I understand, okay. It's like, this is weird, it doesn't usually look like this.
Yeah, it doesn't usually operate that way.
So thank you and congratulations to the lucky person who has yet probably to be announced at scholarship night. So, do you want to make a motion to accept that?
I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee accept the Wright Memorial Scholarship Fund in the amount of $21,616.52.
Second by Jen. All in favor? Great. And next, do you want to talk about the donation?
Well, I think I wish David were here.
David was here too,
Because
yeah.
that's who I was imagining getting to talk about this, but I just wanted to acknowledge and thank the youth sports for the thoughtful donation, including, I'm going to read it, including labor and installation of the 2 new basketball backboards and the rims at the middle school.
Right, was it Cutler, right? And the and middle school?
I think
Is that what it says?
it says the middle school. I thought it was at
okay.
the middle school.
All right, super. I don't know, we got pictures of it.
It's for the outside basketball court at the middle school.
At the middle
Be
school.
installed.
Oh,
So
this is a
by
different
accepting
one.
this,
Okay, this is a different one. All right. Oh, okay. There, a motion to accept that?
I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee accept the donation from Hamilton Wenham Youth Basketball for $2,693.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Anna. Anybody want to discuss that? No, great. All in favor? Yes, that's 5. That's 5. None opposed. All right, I don't see Ethan here right now, so we'll wait on that.
What I'm realizing is that tonight may not have been the best night to recognize
AP.
Ethan, as it is the last day for seniors.
That too, yeah.
So I suspect he may be otherwise occupied. If you would like, I'd just like to read a brief blurb, and I'll be sure that our
Super.
thanks and recognition is delivered to him.
Super.
This evening, we would like to thank Ethan Howell, our Student School Committee representative, for working with us throughout the school year. Ethan's reports were professional and informative. Ethan will be attending UMass Amherst, where he has been accepted into the Honors College. He will be studying microbiology and biotechnology. We wish Ethan the very best of luck in his future endeavors, and we will be sending along to him a UMass t-shirt to get him started. So with appreciation, Ethan, and again, I'll make sure that he gets that recognition.
Great. Good luck to him. That's awesome.
Wonderful.
All right. Great. The next thing on the agenda is, at the last meeting, we had the first round of district goals for next year, and those have been provided to us again. Oops, I skipped. Are you going to present them up there, or are we going to
Yeah,
just
I'm
talk?
gonna-
Okay.
So before I actually present the goals, what I'd like to do is just, again, share what, in a different format, why these goals are so important. Let me just, using a graphic. Let me just try.
Yeah, I want it enlarged. There we go.
There we go. So what I have been, we've been talking a lot about the importance of these goals as kind of a North Star for next year's work. We started our district leadership team has been working and discussing what to bring forth to the committee in terms of critical work for next year. Last meeting, you saw our first draft. You gave us some helpful feedback. We went back to the drawing board, did a second draft of the goals that you will see this evening. And even this morning, we had another meeting, and so I would, at this point, say to the folks that I would anticipate that we will go to a third reading on these, because the leadership team itself had some additional ideas, and I suspect that you will have some additional feedback this evening. Once those district goals have been decided upon, over the summer, those district goals are in the middle of the table during our leadership team retreat, and in the middle of the table of our professional development committee. The leadership team is planning for next year to ensure that we are well-positioned to open schools and to be ready to address the goals. And the professional development committee will be using the goals to design professional learning experiences for teachers that align with those goals. What we would then see happening with these goals is that in the fall, school council should be back up and running again. And so we would like to have a district-wide school council meeting where school councils from all 5 of our schools get together and hear about what our collective goals are for the year. And then in that meeting, do a breakout group by school and identify how these goals will be shown in the school improvement plan. Then in early fall, school councils will present the school improvement plans that are aligned with these district goals. Once we have aligned once we have the school improvement plans, those documents help inform teacher goals, they help inform administrator goals, and they help inform superintendent's goals. By engaging in this activity, we start to develop some level of coherence in our district where everybody is rowing in the same direction. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness that the committee is showing around these goals. They are an important guiding document as we move forward. And so I wanted to frame that for you prior to reviewing where we currently are. One other thing that came out of today's meeting that I wanted to suggest to the committee is that there was a conversation at our leadership team that because the goals are numbered 1 through 5, there could be an interpretation that those goals are listed in order of priority and importance. And that is not the case. All of these goals are important. And so one of the things that we will be suggesting to you when the final document is released is that we re-envision how they are presented so that it does not look hierarchical, because all of the goals are important. So with that being said, I have the version 2 of the district goals. I took your feedback to our leadership team, and we spent the better half of one of our meetings responding to the feedback that you provided. One of the first pieces of feedback that we wanted to respond to was to ensure that the goals were measurable. And so what we did is bolded the pieces under each school that we feel are outlining what the deliverables are under each section. So under building a district vision and strategic plan, we have indicated that by June 2022, the Hamilton-Wyndham Regional School District will have a widely distributed portrait of a graduate and an approved 5-year strategic plan designed to achieve the outcomes articulated in the portrait. So by the end of the year, you will have both of those documents as deliverables. In goal 2, one of the conversations that occurred, again, we made the goals more measurable. And the leadership team also felt that the MTSS goal really was flowing through elementary and secondary, so we did a little bit of restructuring around that. But for the elementary level related to MTSS, That the goal is that we will have a documented plan outlining structures and best practices built on a foundation of a comprehensive plan for reading instruction. At the secondary level, again, there would be a documented MTSS plan designed to improve teaching and learning. And again, those deliverables would be available to you by the end of the school year with numerous check-ins along the way to update the committee as to our progress. Because of the restructuring, the world language goal was pulled out to be separate, and that the deliverable here is that no later than November 30th, the school committee will have a recommendation for the long-term vision of world language from the World Language Advisory Committee. In goal 4, what we have here is that by the end of the 21-22 school year, the district will have actively evaluated our DEI practices and procedures, developed an audit report and time and action step plan, and have built a common understanding of DEI competencies in order to foster a safe and supportive school community. One of the things that was discussed was the timing of the audit. And so that has been moved up. And even today, we made additional comments and changes that we would be looking at the deliverable, instead of saying winter of 21 for the audit, to indicate that that would be done by December, because that informs a lot of the other work. Another major piece of feedback you gave us at the last meeting was that you wanted to see a facilities goal and one related in terms and integrated into the turf field work that's being done in the district. At this point, we have an initial draft of a goal that is talking about how we would develop a facilities master plan with the turf field within that. I know that, Tom, you're continuing to think about that, and because this is a new goal that was not in the plan last time, can I ask you to just talk a little bit about your thinking regarding this?
Sure. So throughout the years, the district has participated in facilities master planning. Most recently in 2014, before that, 2011. And I think this dovetails nicely with a strategic plan. I wrote the goal so it incorporated not only the turf field, but we're looking at the turf field and the buildings holistically, because that's what we have to be strategic about. A lot of our major infrastructure and our buildings are coming due for major renovation at the same time that we're looking at a turf field project. So the strategic piece is not just stating the need, because I think that everybody can see the need, but it's how do we get it done. So that's why I wrote the goal the way it is laid out on paper here, and to try to incorporate all the learning environments from kindergarten classroom to science lab to playing fields to Project Adventure. So I'm hoping that we have a comprehensive plan at the end of the year that will dovetail with the strategic plan that will be in front of you.
And then one of the things that I did want to share with the committee is that we as a leadership team looked at all that is encompassed within this plan. And there was a conversation about, is this too much to be able to accomplish in 1 year? And the conversation that pursued was that this is a lot, but that there's nothing here that we think cannot not be addressed. And so we are looking at having leaders of each of these goals within our leadership team to be able to break out the number of responsibilities that are here, and that there was a real commitment from the team that there is nothing here that we feel like we can pull back on and act responsibly regarding the needs of the district. So this is our latest draft. And I would welcome and invite any additional feedback that the committee may have as we continue to work on this important document.
Let's go with you first. Sounds great, Julia, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you incorporating my feedback in terms of like goal 4, where the goal should look at what does the district look like a year from now if the goal was achieved. So I think that's great. I have a couple of just questions. One is in the world language goal, with the long-term vision, would that also include like a budget, like a plan to fund it?
Yeah, so the timing on that goal is really important. You'll notice that the deliverable on that goal is by November 30th. That is by design, so that we know what the recommendations are before we build the fiscal year '23 budget. And at that time, the assumption is that we will build in a budget that has that recommendation. As always in a budget process, there are trade-offs, but that is why that timing is the way that it is, so that it can make its way into the '23 budget.
Okay. Because I'm only concerned if they come up with a vision that we can't fund, or that we wouldn't be able to fund. That's my only concern. Another question, or just a suggestion, on the DEI goal.
Yep.
I really think that the audit and the workshop need to be flipped. I think we need the audit before we have the joint workshop, because the audit is going to tell us where are the holes, where are the challenges, where are the things that we need to look at. So I just worry if we have the workshop in October 21, we're going to be going in blind, kind of. And then we have the DEI audit, and then they might tell us something completely different than we determine in the workshop.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So the audit will help us determine sort of where to focus our priorities. So my only recommendation is to kind of flip the two. And those are really my only specific questions. The other one is just more on wording. Would a goal be improved teaching and learning? That's like the overall goal. And then goal A would be, this is more just semantics. Goal A would be elementary, goal B would be secondary, and goal 3B or goal 2C would be world language. That's
Just in terms of structure, right? So not
Yeah.
breaking out the world language as a separate goal.
because I see improved
but keep
teaching
it
and
all under
learning
Goal 3.
as an overall goal, and then I see goal 2, goal 3A, and goal 3B underneath the overall goal of teaching and learning.
Okay.
So there'd be a 2A, 2B, 2C.
Yeah.
That's actually probably
So
a
those
good.
are
Yeah,
those are my
no, that's really helpful, Julia. Thank you.
comments.
Dana, did you want to make any comments?
Yeah, I actually don't. First of all, that was helpful, Julia. The A, B, and C. I sort of didn't get to that point, but I sort of toyed with that. I wonder, Mary Beth, you sort of addressed that each goal would have an identified leader from the leadership team. And again, I feel like that's not our micromanaging. That's just useful information for us. So I guess my feedback would be that I agree with Julia as long as that structure makes sense to your leadership team. Like if there's a reason in terms of who owns which goal that it needs to be. In other words, I guess I had some more thoughts, but I'm not concerned if there's a leadership team feels like there's a reason they need to be split up this way. My feedback would be, I trust them that there's a reason. Does that make sense?
I think, yeah. I mean, one of the things we could even include in this, if it's helpful, is kind of who are the goal leaders, so that, and particularly as developing the work plan for next year, who will be the people that will be coming in front of us to present that? That's another piece that we could add to that document if it would be helpful.
I think that would be helpful, and also that I think we'll all need to be mindful of that portion of it is really operational, but it's helpful information for us, for us to understand it, I think. I don't have a lot of other, it was very helpful, Tom, to have you sort of identify this. This one is, it feels good. I'm glad you took our feedback, and it also does feel like it's still a little bit it is an earlier draft than the other goals, and it is. But I feel like, I feel good. I feel like, I feel heard, that you took, the leadership team really listened and took our feedback, and I feel enthusiastic that these are moving on the right track. And I also feel good about, or my understanding is that graphic that you showed with the general star in the center, that is just a draft, correct?
Yeah, that was just a very rough draft.
Because my honest feedback was, I was like, oh, this is such a good concept, and then I started going, oh, but this needs to be, so.
Yeah, no, very, very
So
rough.
good.
But
I
we
feel-
wanted to show you how we think that if we put the goals out in a format like that, it sends a different message than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because otherwise it suggests order.
So my feedback is I really do appreciate that non-hierarchical format and that concept, and also that it needed to be a little tweaked, but thank you.
Hi. Hi. Just Tom on goal number 5 and Mary Beth. My concern is that this past year, Tom, you've been working 120 miles an hour. I just want to make sure that goal number 5 is within your capacity. I don't want you to be overstretched. And I know it's an early stage. I don't want you to be overstretched with what you've just come off of this year, because that's just my one concern. Just to be aware of what your capacity is and as a district, too.
I can appreciate that. One of the pieces, of note in this goal is that we would be looking at working with a consultant to try to help organize all of this, because it's a heavy lift, but with the right team in place, I feel confident that this work is needed before we can even, move our buildings and grounds forward, so.
Okay.
The timing is right while the district is entering into a strategic planning process. We need some strategy behind our infrastructure. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Thank you for your concern, though. It's a lot.
Yep. Yeah, my same concern is just managing expectations around Goal 5, that the deliverable is coming in June. That doesn't mean that the next year things are going to happen, because we won't have incorporated it to the budget. So all throughout, we just need to be sure that we're, it's part of a 5-year strategic plan, and it might be year 5 when the capital is addressed, so. Thank you. Anna?
Did you have any comments yourself? That was it?
That
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. So I have a couple of thoughts. The first one is I actually don't see that much of a change between version 1 and version 2. Like, just objectively, I think a bullet has been added here or there, but structurally they're very similar. So I feel like to some degree some of the feedback around specificity wasn't really incorporated as much as I would have liked. I share some of Julia's concerns about just structure. I do feel like even though you've bolded it here, to me there's still some ambiguity around what is the goal, what is the deliverable, and then what are the subtasks. So I continue to sort of offer, I think it's a little messy just from a visual interpretation of what is the deliverable. So there's that. One thing that I'm struck with now that we're sort of seeing it is, in almost every case, the deliverable is a plan. Goal 1 is deliver a plan. Goal 2 is a little more specific. I do think that there are some elements there that are more tangible, but it still will have a documented MTSS plan. Same for Goal 3. There's a multi-tiered system part. The long-term vision is another word for plan. DEI practices talk about an audit report and an action step plan, and then Goal 5 is once again a master plan. So I think for me, it just feels like a plan to me doesn't feel like quite a goal, because then from an evaluation standpoint, if we go back and say, well, did we meet our goal? And if we come at the end of it like, well, yes, we have a plan, then theoretically you could say, well, good, we got it. But that doesn't actually mean that student learning has been improved. It doesn't actually mean that DEI practices are better. It means maybe we've had a plan to talk about making it better, but there's no measurable improvement. So I sort of come back to that idea that I would like to see something a little bit more tangible in terms of improvements, or specific types of activities and conversations. So that's a high-level comment. I think the other thing that really strikes me, once again, even within these new goals, there's still a consulting firm here, a new advisory committee there, it's so many committees, and I guess that makes sense, because if the goal is a plan, then a committee makes a plan. But to me, it doesn't have enough measurable deliverables. On some of them, I also question a little bit the timing. I completely agree with Julia. I have always thought that the audit needs to be first. I've been talking about an audit for months. And I definitely maintain that that has to be an outside person for just objectivity. I think it will be difficult for us to do much effective self-auditing, especially when the district hasn't undergone the bias training. So it's difficult to self-audit when you haven't identified how to look for bias in the first place. So I would caution, I think that's really important, and I think that has to happen sooner. The other thing in goal number 2 that strikes me as a little bit out of sequence, again, this is some additional specificity, which I do appreciate. But for example, almost to the very bottom, by May 2022, which is basically the end of the school year, and then the next one, June 2022. By May 22, you're talking about providing professional development around safe and supportive schools to target the social and emotional needs of our students. I feel like, to me, that should be much higher in this order of operations, because we know that kids coming back from the pandemic are in sort of a state of emotional dysregulation. And we know in terms of readiness to learn that if kids come in that state of dysregulation, they're not going to be effective learners, even if you've had professional development on the science of reading. So I kind of feel like I think we need to consider how are our teachers going to approach next fall and embrace students wherever they are. So I think, to me, that feels a little bit out of order. And then the last one on goal 5, which I know was sort of in response to my statement around turf and planning, and one just specific observation, the word turf I don't think is actually in this document anywhere. So I do think we need to be clear, like, how does the turf committee play with this? Because the way goal 5 is written, there's a consulting firm, there's yet another advisory committee, but there is also a turf committee. And my other real issue with this is it feels like it's siloed from the master planning activities in 2 towns. And so to some degree, I wonder if updating our own siloed facilities master plan is as helpful as it might appear to be, because I know on a town level, there's a lot of conversation around revenue and what are we doing with these public spaces. So I feel like if we spend a lot of time or money developing a siloed facilities master plan, and then meanwhile the town master planning is going on over here, it's conceivable they could come up with a very different conclusion about building utilization than what we've come up with. And now both parties have wasted a lot of time and money not talking to each other as effectively. So I feel like I would like to see this more explicitly tied into what does it mean for the community at large, because the underlying budget problems are driven by a revenue problem. We keep hearing that over and over. So for example, I know within Hamilton, there's much conversation about what to do with Winthrop and Cutler and turning those particular school sites into something that generates revenue. So if we create a master plan that says, we're going to turn Winthrop into this, and we're going to fix this and do that, and then the town comes back and says, we think that you should repurpose Winthrop into mixed-use housing commercial. Well, now we have to reconcile 2 different visions. So I think that plan needs to be reworked a little bit with that particular mindset. The other last thing is sort of, it's small. It's kind of like Dana's comment about the chart. I do like the chart much better. I mean, if I had to choose between this chart and this chart, just in terms of output, like this chart is a better reflection, I think. But they're small things, but they sort of add up. Like before this becomes real, if this is going to be our district goal document for our, $38 million company, so to speak, there's some formatting things that are just inconsistent. There's different types, there's different fonts actually in one case. Sometimes things are capitalized, sometimes they're not. So I think that, again, that sort of attention to detail and proofreading is small but important. So I would like to still see more changes, but, and I still would like to see a technology goal as well. I mean, I kind of agree with Michelle. We're talking about a lot of things, but that's also sort of still an absence to me. I don't see how technology integrates here at all. That's not mentioned, so. That's it.
Before you jump in, Tom, if I can just speak to your point about the professional development regarding social emotional needs. The reason that it says May 2022 is that PD occurs across the school year. And so that's not saying we'll do PD in May. It's that the PD plans will be rolled out over the course of the school year. We don't know what those will be yet because our professional development committee is going to be working on that. But I can easily see how it could be interpreted that we weren't going to do anything to May, but it means by May, and that means that PD could be occurring throughout the school year. One of the things that I will share related to the social emotional needs is we have had a large number of teachers, I want to say 40 plus, take part in trauma-informed learning and practices and workshops and courses. So we already have a really solid base, and that we anticipate that will continue as we move forward. But just that point of clarity there. Tom,
Great.
did you want to
Thank you.
speak to facilities?
If it pleases the chair. Is that okay? If I
yes,
just wanted
yes.
to give a little comfort to the committee, to your point about looping in the towns with their master planning process. So I've been in conversation with Margaret Hoffman of Wenham, who's the planner. She loved that I reached out. I said I really wanted to, work together because they're going through the master planning. I reached out to Joe Demelowitz. Before I put it into our document, I wanted to have that conversation to see how it all lined up in sequence, because Hamilton and Wenham are on different schedules for the master planning process. So, we're going to have some conversations on how all of this stuff is, incorporated into all of our plans.
And we do have a representative on the Hamilton committee, so our viewpoint is going to be communicated.
Yeah, and I just wanted to just quickly too, I know it seemed like, especially in the facilities end, that, it's a plan for plans, but all of the grant applications that we fill out for MSBA asks for a specific question. Is there a facilities master plan? Is there a strategic plan? And it's painful to check no.
Right, no, I mean,
Current
that's
plan.
that's
And it puts
true.
us in a tough position to be awarded a grant if we don't have, a long-range plan in place. So, hope that.
No, I mean, that's similar to, from like a planning board thing, having a housing production plan. If you don't have one, it's a deficiency. It is sort of like a box-ticking activity. I just think that the plan onto itself is one part of the bigger picture. But I appreciate what you're saying there.
Jen, did you have any input?
I do, and I'm going to apologize because this is the first time I've had a chance to give input on this. There needs to be more detail here, and not just to provide you with the district goal, but so that there's a document that parents can look at and can say, oh, well, I can help out this way. So it would be really nice when we see things like, for example, the first bullet point under Goal 1, key community stakeholders. What do you mean by key community stakeholders? How many parents, how many teachers, how many administrators are we looking for? Also, based on the meeting that the teachers had this spring, do we know what the plan put forward by the teachers for the portrait of a graduate or the similar thing looks like? And are we incorporating that? And if so, why not? If not, then why not? For your second goal, I think there has to be a section here on getting teacher-parent buy-in. If 30% of the parents surveyed didn't even know what the program was, we need to communicate better what the program is. So I think there needs to be a deliverable there showing that there was an attempt to get teacher-student buy-in. I also feel that we need a baseline measurement. The program and the goals of the program are very, very good. These are documents that I've done in various college trainings, but we need to be collecting a baseline of where students are now. at the same time, because if we're not doing that, then we get this wonderful program put together, and then we spend another year collecting baseline data. And I would like to see those two things done at the same time so that we know where students are. So when the program is like 100%, everybody's in, you know, we can have quantifiable, measurable results. Same thing with the goal 3. I think there needs to be measurable, quantifiable baselines. And Julia covered everything I had with goal 4, except there are things we can do this year. For example, students get a teacher reading list every year, a summer reading list. We could make it or it could be a goal of the district to incorporate books and other materials having to do with diversity, equity, inclusion. So African American authors, LGBTQ authors, those type of things, I think would show a measurable step forward. And I agree with, I'm really worried that we're going to be committed to death. You know, maybe a better breakdown of what each committee is going to look like will convince me that that's not the case. But right now, there are a lot of advisory committees, stakeholder meetings, and that is still a concern of mine. But I'm a scientist. I want stuff that I can measure and quantify. Like that.
And Jen, if I can offer a couple of thoughts on that. Two that I would just offer as a point of clarification. So the question about Portrait of a Graduate, there was some work done on a Portrait of a Graduate, but it was done in a very, very small group. And that one of the things that we know about portraits of graduates, their real value is the community conversation and building consensus around the vision of the district in terms of student outcomes. And in fact, when the high school had its NEASC evaluation, which is the accreditation group, come in, this is a standard that is asked to be addressed. And after the first initial study, it was indicated that the work that had been done did not meet the standard for just that reason, that there had not been a high level of community engagement. So I would certainly envision that document will be provided to everyone in terms of here's what we've come up with so far, but that as a district we really need to expand that conversation beyond the original walls that it was held in, to have parents and teachers and community members and administrators all coming together to talk about this and gathering feedback from all of our community. So I wanted to just give you a little bit more background around that. The other piece about baseline data, we absolutely agree with you. There are a couple challenges, some places where we think we're going to land. But part of what we have talked about is that we are still struggling with documenting curriculum at the middle level, at the secondary level, and the elementary level, which makes it challenging to come up with baseline data if you do not yet have real clarity around the curriculum and what the outcomes are. That being said, in terms of, I'll speak about the reading work, this summer, that is a key focus to identify what are the assessments that we are going to be using in terms of ongoing benchmarking data. And so what collectively the leadership team is feeling is that we can't say kids are going to increase 10%, say, on this assessment, because we first have to identify what those assessments are. But I think that we will be able to collect baseline data next year, so that then in the following year, we can say, okay, here's the platform in terms of where we began, and we are looking to improve those outcomes by whatever X% feels reasonable. So I just wanted to add that additional piece of information regarding the baseline data, and I have captured some of your other thoughts and feedback, so I appreciate that.
Just for the minutes, if we can just note that Michelle Horrigan arrived at around 7:35 and David Polito arrived around 8 o'clock. David, we're talking about the goals, and I don't know if you had a chance to sort of listen in. Did you have anything you wanted to say about them? And if you did, if you can turn your microphone around.
I've been here before.
It's been super contentious around being able to hear.
Yeah, no, I just went over. Yeah, I'm actually not going to say anything at this time, so.
Sounds good. Okay, great. Okay, so now we are on to item C, which is a discussion of the school calendar for next year.
Do you want a motion?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I move, well, I can make the motion that I think that, but I didn't put this on the agenda, but I can make the motion how I think it's intended, and people can second it or not. Right. Okay. I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee amend the 2021-2020 school calendar to make April 15th a regular day of school.
Second.
Second by David. All right, so just for a little bit of history, we were asked by, well, for a little bit of history, back in the fall, there was some discussion about this topic, and I had recommended that we bring that up next fall to discuss it, because there are some issues that need to be resolved, which I don't know if we have resolved the one about the contract, which is not the HWEA, but the custodial one.
We have not, no, there's no resolution, but they were made aware that this conversation was happening this evening.
Perfect. So there's that. So then at the last meeting, we were asked by the HWEA to move the first day of school, which we did vote to do based on their request. And at that meeting, there was a motion to also remove from the calendar a day off which coincides with Good Friday. So that is where we are at today. And I asked that it be tabled so that we could talk to the HWEA about that. Do we have their
Yes,
thoughts?
I did have an opportunity to have a conversation with them, and they were comfortable with moving forward with this change.
Super. Okay. So the one thing that will be important is that our custodians do have that as a holiday currently, so we would not have custodial services, or we would have to pay some sort of holiday pay to them if we were unable to reach an agreement that we were to remove that holiday. So that is an issue. We did,
That would be a
we
new
did make it.
contract, though.
Pardon me?
This would be under the new contract, though.
That's what I'm saying. We would have to negotiate that, change. So it may or may not cost us money. All right. We started over there. So do you want to make any comments, Jennifer?
Are we debating or are we voting?
Yeah, we're debating. Or if anybody has comments.
I have a question and a statement. Could we, and I'm not involved in contract negotiations, but could we give the custodians a floating holiday? I mean, is that an option to replace the Good Friday?
Can I,
That would have to be negotiated,
right,
yeah.
can I answer that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so it would just have to be negotiated, but, like, if you were in negotiations, that could potentially be one solution, but we don't know yet, right? No, that was totally fine.
I agreed with moving the first day of school because the teachers agreed with that. But this is something that I also agree with because I do believe that there needs to be a separation from church, between church and state. We are a secular school. We can't be seen giving preference to one religion over another. And by giving Good Friday off, which is a traditionally Christian holiday, we are giving people this message. So not only is it a calendar issue, but it's also an equity and inclusion issue because we have lots of students from many different religions who are left out when Good Friday is given preferential treatment over their religion's important holidays.
Anna?
I think most people know how I feel about this. I fully support it. I agree that we have to be secular and we should give no preference to any religion of any kind at any time, ever.
Michelle?
Just as a parent in the district for many years, when my children started, we did go to school on Good Friday, and it was easy as a parent from both ends, from a religious standpoint and a non-religious standpoint, to have them in school that day. So I am in favor of that, and I'm hoping that if teachers do need to take a day off for the religious belief, it can be a half day on their part.
Dana?
So my initial thought was that my initial instinct was that I would not have wanted to change this until we created the new calendar in December. That I think I've stated that several times. That, however, given the feedback from the HWA, which sounds that they are open to this, I am open to making the change earlier than I had initially. So that's my 2 cents.
David?
Yeah, I got nothing.
Julia?
Yeah, I fully support it.
So back in the fall, one of the things I had stated was my biggest concern and the reason that we do have this off, because as Michelle stated, there was a point, I think when my kids very first started, that Good Friday was off. And then the second year,
Probably around 2006 or
yeah,
7.
that they started to go to school. Well, there was the move to go to school on Good Friday, and then the first 2 years there were snow days called because there were too many staff. There was a change in policy so that the staff had to notify the school by the 10th day if they were going to of school starting. We still had high absenteeism among the secondary school. And the year that they changed it, we had less than 50% of the high school students in attendance. We had to pay for subs. So it was costing the district, and we weren't getting a good educational day out of it. So that was the logic behind it. We now have the HWEA saying that they would support that, so I'm hoping what that means is that their members will take it off as a religious holiday if they need it, and that we will not have high absenteeism among the staff and students on that day. So just as I had said in the fall, I'm willing to see if the tides have changed, because it's been maybe 8, 9, 10 years since that happened. So, so I guess if we're ready to vote, we can vote. All those in favor? So it's unanimous, so there's no reason to call for opposed. Who is going to talk about the MSBA? Is it Tom? Great.
All right. Thank you. In your packets tonight, you'll see as an exhibit, there is an application to replace the high school roof under the MSBA Accelerated Repair Program. So if you all remember, throughout life, there are milestones, right? So when you're 16, you have the opportunity to get your driver's license. At 18, you get the opportunity to vote. 21, you know, that's it. But at 25 years old, a roof is eligible under the MSBA Accelerated Repair Program. So that's why we're applying this year. We do have some issues at the high school with leaks. Recently, we did an infrared scan through a company. We have about 46 places where there is moisture underneath the membrane. It is out of warranty, being installed 25 years ago. So we are asking that the committee approve our application to the MSBA under that program. I should notify the committee that it is 25 years to apply to get in. Over the past few years, MSBA has only invited districts with roofs that are 27 to 30 years old. So, but it doesn't hurt for us to apply. It's not. It's a. There's no commitment either way on MSBA's part or the district's part by applying. So we would seek your vote tonight to approve us to submit the application.
Do you want to make a motion, Dana?
I move that the Hamilton-Wenham Regional School Committee approve the MSBA application for the high school roof.
I'm
Yep.
sorry.
It's a little more
I
than
hate
that.
to do this to you. There is
Oh,
a second exhibit, and I apologize for how wordy it is, but it is
I'm sorry, I actually saw that.
under the MSBA law that it has to be a specific
Got it, okay.
motion.
Huh, Janelle gave me these. Okay. It's this, it's the resolved, right?
That's correct, and best of luck to you.
All right. Having convened in an open meeting on May 19th, 2021, prior to the SOI submission closing date, Hamilton-Wenham Regional School Committee, in accordance with its charter, bylaws, and ordinances, has voted to authorize the superintendent to submit the Massachusetts School Building Authority the Statement of Interest form dated May 14th, 2021, for the Hamilton-Wenham Regional High School located at 775 Bay Road in Hamilton, which describes and explains the following deficiencies and the priority categories for which an application may be submitted to the Massachusetts School Building Authority in the future for a full replacement of the 1989 installed roof, and hereby further specifically acknowledges that by submitting this statement of interest form, the Massachusetts School Building Authority in no way guarantees the acceptance or the approval of an application, the awarding of a grant, or any other funding commitment from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or commits the Hamilton-Wenham Regional School District to filing an application for funding with the Massachusetts School Building Authority. And I move that we approve the aforementioned statement.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Anna. Does anybody have questions? Great, David.
Do we have an approximate price on what the roof would cost?
I couldn't hear
Do we
you.
have an approximate price on what the roof would cost to repair?
Unfortunately, no. So some of these jobs could just be replacing the membrane if you get into more in-depth, but it'll be in the seven figures.
Yeah.
to do this
And
roof.
this particular process, is this something we have to wait till hear back from the fall, or is this a quicker process? This is the same process as going for a building?
It is. So to give the committee and also the general public a little comfort is one of the reasons why we embarked on our infrared testing was so we can actually, repair in the process. Because even if we're invited into the program, I mean, we're looking at least a year out before we'd even start doing schematic drawings. So.
Anybody else? Jen?
I know funding is always an issue for us. Are we looking at, if major repairs have to be done, making the repairs in such a way so that they're as green as possible? For example, incorporating solar panels where we might actually save on electricity is the perfect place to put them.
It is, in order for, and I've done a few jobs in the past where we've put solar on the roofs. If the life expectancy of a panel is 20 years, then you want to make sure that, your roof is warranted for at least that time period. So, by replacing our roof, we would be, have a little more flexibility with installing that. But we wouldn't even be able to get any engineering done on solar right now because of the condition it's in. Once we replace the roof, that definitely be a viable option, providing that the structure is there to support it.
Jen, can I ask you a question? Was your question more along the lines of, are we considering putting on a solar on the roof when we do the replacement?
If we were doing major structural changes, like where you're replacing large pieces of roof, would it be fiscally possible
That's what I
to
thought.
incorporate solar panels on those larger sections to save the school money?
Right, that's what I thought your question was, and I didn't feel like that was answered.
I think you got it.
Oh, okay, all right. Anna, yeah.
This is sort of philosophical, but just planting a seed. With these SOI applications, knowing that we're maybe on the early side of this, right? We're at 25 and they're sort of looking at 30. And I know at one point you'd shared a historical average of projects that were funded. So it's a little, and this is not a guarantee. On some level, we keep applying for these things and we haven't been successful getting them. But at some point with the roof, we're going to have to fix it no matter what, regardless of whether or not we get state funding. So I'm assuming that this is obviously plan A, but on some level, are we also working on we just have to pay for it ourselves and hope for the best kind of plan?
Yeah, I think that eventually we would have to. It is, I would say the state funds more accelerated repair projects than they do the core program just because of the sheer numbers. I feel like we would have a decent chance over the next few years. Historically, the district has received about 40% reimbursement from the MSBA on these projects, which is a significant dollar amount. And I think we're still in a position now where we can make some repairs to triage some of the water issues that we're having with the roof. But eventually, if we're not invited in a few years, yeah, I'm going to come in front of the committee and ask that we replace the roof.
Great, so why don't we vote? If you are in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All right, no need to find opposed, that is unanimous. I'm assuming this is from you as well, Tom, the update on the kickoff meeting.
Sure. So on May 10th, we had representation from both Hamilton and Wenham's Community Preservation Committee, Youth Sports, Director of Athletics, Vice Chair Horgan, and myself, and we had a successful kickoff meeting. We did start off by going over introductions so everybody knew each other. Mr. Genualdo presented a brief synopsis of Title IX and how when we're talking about plans moving forward with these athletic fields, we need to think of all sports when we're having these conversations. It was fortunate for me, being somewhat of a newcomer to the community, that there was such historical knowledge over where we've been with this process throughout the years. There's been really good document collection by the CPCs, I found. And some of the action steps that we're looking forward, there seemed to be consensus to build in tennis courts and softball facilities in any plan moving forward. So part of my homework is summarizing all of those documents and also writing a scope of work for the next step in design for this project. So that's where we are now. We will be meeting in early June again. And as I said earlier, we'll be looking at incorporating that into a facilities master plan with the strategic plan.
And you already have the funding for doing that plan?
That's correct. That was voted not this past election cycle, but the cycle before under the capital budget.
Does anybody want more information about that? Okay. All right. The next item on the agenda is about a request by, as far as I can tell, from you, Anna?
I made the request.
Okay, from Anna, to have a flag raised on the flagpoles at the schools for the whole month of July? Or June, I'm sorry, June.
There are two related but separate requests.
Okay.
So the first request is that we add the progress flag presumably to the area someplace near this display so that during our committee meetings, it is up and visible. So that's one part of the request. I personally think that that flag can be up all the time. Like, I think that flag could be there in the same way, and that could be mimicked at all the elementary schools, but specifically during our meetings. The second part of the request is that we do indeed participate in traditional pride activities for flag raisings, as happen in municipalities across the country, across the state, around the world. So that would be flying the progress flag at all district offices and buildings on the flagpoles during the month of June.
Let's take that one first.
Okay. And just for clarity, because I know there was some question about what version of flag we're talking about, I was specific to cite the progress flag, which is also sometimes called the unity flag. The reason being is that as it explicitly is inclusive of trans community members as well as non-white community members, so it's a more purposeful statement of inclusivity, and is a relatively newer flag. It was the flag flown by the Commonwealth and the City of Boston and numbers of other places. So just for clarity, there are lots of different quote-unquote pride flags. I'm specifically requesting the progress version of the flag that was created in 2018 by the graphic artist Daniel Quasar.
Okay. You want to make a motion?
It sounds like there might be two separate motions.
Yeah.
Would I would like Anna to make, just so that it's worded exactly, but it would help for me if there were two separate motions, and it would also help if you don't mind making it just so that
Sure.
it's exactly the way you want to make it.
Michelle, do you want me to start with the outdoor flagpoles first? Okay.
Yep.
I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School District fly the Progress Pride flag on all district outdoor flagpoles for the month of June 2021, and moving forward as a statement of support for our LGBTQ community.
Second.
You seconded it, right? Yeah, I thought I heard that. Second by Jen. All right, is there any discussion?
I'd like to
Julia?
have a question.
Okay.
So, this is sort of just whoever knows the answer. My understanding is that, or I have two questions, I guess. Is this, the progress flag, is that the same flag that the towns are going to be flying on their flagpoles in June? And I just want to confirm that both towns, I have heard that, but I didn't actually hear that from any town official. I want to confirm that that is actually verified, that both towns are flying it on all of their flagpoles. Is that correct?
Not quite all. I can clarify. I was part of the group that got that decision made in both communities. Both towns flew the progress flag in 2020. It is my understanding that Hamilton definitely will find that flag. I think that the Wenham Select Board is awaiting a recommendation from the Wenham Human Rights Committee as to which flag. So that is to be determined. That's forthcoming. In terms of which flagpoles, Wenham has approved flying the flag on the Town Hall flagpole. Hamilton has approved flying the flag on the Town Hall flagpole and the flagpole at Patton Park.
Thank you.
For what length of time?
Right, it came out differently in both communities. So, and in both communities, the select boards gave the Human Rights Commission and committee in each respective community a little bit of discretion about when the exact raisings would happen to coordinate with the police department, DPW, to get the flags up. Hamilton is going to simultaneously raise the Pride flag and the Juneteenth flag at the same time as the last we left it, but they are also trying to coordinate with the North Shore Juneteenth Association. So it's a little more complicated, but that program is being planned by the Town Human Rights Commission. In Wenham, it was more explicit that the Pride flag will go up on or around the 1st, maybe the 2nd. Some communities are doing it on the 4th, so again, it's not at midnight on the 1st the flag goes up. The Pride flag will fly from a date in early June until the 18th, and then on the 19th, the Pride flag will come down and the Juneteenth flag will go up for a week. One kind of important point of order that's come up, though, just so people understand, in both communities, there's also a POW MIA flag that is just below the American flag. That will not be changed in any way whatsoever. That flag will be up, as it always is, below the American flag in both communities. So that's about as clear as I can make it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can I, if it's okay? I'm not sure whether this relates. I have one more thing I want to say, and I'm not sure whether it fits better under this one or it might even be after the vote. But I guess my recommendation or my hope or dream for the committee is that regardless of how the vote goes today, I would hope that we as a committee would task the policy committee with creating policy on this, because I know I myself would very much have liked to have a guidepost or something to look towards for the future to how to make decisions regarding this. So maybe that's a separate motion, but I just want to put that out there to committee.
Julie, I think you had your hand up a second ago. Yeah.
I just want to make a statement for any members of the public that are confused as to the legality of this, that might have been confused by legal counsel's Exhibit 1, which they have since changed to Exhibit 2. So the legal counsel to Hingham Public Schools, and also echoed by our own legal counsel, says that the Supreme Court has stated when the government speaks, it is entitled to promote a program, to espouse a policy, or to take a position. If the flag is displayed by the school department, it will be considered government speech, and it will not be considered as creating a public forum in the use of the flagpole. Because I just don't want people to be confused and think that because we are flying the Pride flag, we are then going to open ourselves up to have to fly any flag that comes to us. I just want to read another couple of statements from the Hingham Legal Counsel. Government speech is necessary to government function. A government exercises selectivity. Government decision makers make selections based on appropriateness for the place, history, and local culture. And governments are allowed to express their ideas and views even when receiving private assistance in delivering the public message. So it is not subject to the free speech clause. And I'm not debating whether it's right or wrong. I just wanted to make a statement as to the legality and clear up any confusion that the public might have around that. We are absolutely 100% entitled to vote on this and make a statement on this, as we see fit.
So my comments are about the Progress flag specifically. I would wholeheartedly support flying a rainbow flag, and in fact, Hingham did decide to fly a rainbow flag and not a Progress flag. I just feel that that flag is inclusive of all people, that the colors do not represent any gender or any gender-specific anything. They're about like love and peace and spirituality. And it is a flag that is more recognizable and is more, particularly in an elementary school, more in line with sort of what parents might be comfortable speaking to their children about. So I don't have an issue with flying a flag, but I am more in favor of flying either the traditional rainbow flag or the flag that has the Philadelphia flag that has the 2 additional stripes on it. And that would be my only comment as far as that goes. So I guess I would amend the motion, or I would ask to amend the motion to fly the rainbow flag versus the progress flag. Anybody wanting to second that? No? Okay.
Could I ask the follow-up, though, to that, Michelle's question? Why the progress flag did you, as opposed to the rainbow flag?
Sure. So the progress flag is explicitly inclusive of the trans community, which within the LGBTQ community has often been marginalized as sort of a marginalized subgroup within a subgroup. So part of the new design incorporates sort of the pink and light blue of the trans flag, which is there. There are also the additional colors of brown and black to represent that historically, again, within the LGBT community, non-white members of that community have felt marginalized as an additional layer. Interestingly, this has actually become a pretty notable point of fracture within the community, and Boston Pride itself right now is in the middle of a litigation suit between Boston Pride and Black Boston Pride over this issue. So my motivation here is that in light of current events, both racial awareness, racial injustice over the last year, that this is an opportunity for us to explicitly highlight that as an additional piece of support for additionally marginalized subgroups. I think especially in light of recent events regarding use of pronouns and trans students feeling particularly isolated, that anytime we have a chance to be more inclusive, I personally think that we should err on the side of additional inclusivity. I don't see any harm in doing so. In this particular instance, I do see optically there could be harm in choosing not to use this flag, because this flag sort of came about because of historical undercurrents within the LGBTQ community. So given current time, both nationally, but also within our community, I think it's also really important as a predominantly white community, which we are, that we take a little extra time to put a little extra thought into our messaging. So I think the fact that this flag exists and the origins that led to its creation in the first place, to me, I would err on the side of being as inclusive as possible. And I think, to Michelle's point about appropriateness at the elementary level, the reality is there are trans students and trans families, trans loved ones in all communities, and to think that elementary students are not aware of this or exposed to it is sort of a false prophecy. I think, you know, for families that have children who identify as trans, or parents who perhaps identify as trans, or loved ones, I mean, that act of denying that part of the LGBTQ community is a form of sort of closeting. It's sort of saying, well, we can talk about being gay, that's sort of okay, but if you're this version of gay, that's not okay. I actually think that's a really damaging message to send to the trans community, especially for families that might have children or loved ones in that community. I think we need to normalize all aspects of being part of that community, whether you're LGBTQ plus, they're all equally important of recognition. So that's my motivation for that particular flag in this community at this time.
Thank you.
I want to be clear that I did not say what you said that I said. What I said was that I felt like parents would be more comfortable with the rainbow flag because it does not talk about gender or sexuality, but it talks about spirituality and other things that I think they would feel more comfortable with discussing. So I don't want to be characterized in the way you characterized what I was saying, that I was against transgender children, or that I didn't understand that there are transgender children in our community, or that families might have transgender people in them. That is not what I said. Okay. All right, so we're voting on, yep. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you hadn't spoken. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank all the community members who stood up at the beginning and supported this and supported our LGBTQ plus students. I'm glad that a majority of our community, at least ones who have contacted me, support this. But even if they didn't, part of our role as community leaders must be representing the minority of our students. We have to protect the feelings of our kids that are harmed or disillusioned, and this has to be our priority, particularly after after the homophobic and threatening messages that were sent out in the previous chat. If parents don't understand what a flag means, then I think those of us in the community who do understand need to make it part of our job to educate the parents and other people in the community who don't understand why this flag, what the flag means, and why it's so inclusive and why it's so important.
All right. So we're voting on the motion, which is whether or not to fly flags on the flagpoles outside of the schools. Sounds like for the month of June. I would have a question about where the flags are coming from. Are they being purchased by the district? What's this?
Sure, I can actually speak to it. With seeing this on the agenda, and I checked with our supplier for flags, and they had the six-stripe, the 1978 six-stripe pride flag. They set 6 aside for us to be able to get them on the poles, and they informed me that that was what they were able to find, because just supply chains in that field too has been strained, because stitchers are at a high demand.
Right.
And believe it or not, there is a flag shortage because of that. That's through our, prime supplier. Because where it's going to be flown outdoors, we want it to be stitched, not just a screen printed indoor flag. So it has to be able to withstand the weather. I asked what they had for, because I know there's 30 some odd variations of the different pride flags. That's what they were able to find. Could look at other sources.
Yeah, if I may, there are lots of other sources. One group locally that would be good to throw some support to is NAGLY, which is the North Shore Association of Gay and Lesbian Youth. I know for a fact that they have a lot of that particular flag. There's also a company called Flags for Good that has them. I personally, in my possession, have some. I'm happy to donate some. I'm sure others in the community as well. So I think that particular challenge could be overcome. But I appreciate your point about the supply chain, but...
So I think what Tom is saying is there's a difference between an indoor flag and an outdoor flag, and that he's concerned that they're stitched, right?
I have 2. I'll gladly give you my 2 till we get the ones we need.
Yeah, no, as I said, I just called our supplier that we get all of our flags from, and...
Sure, I think that's...
It wasn't, nefarious, so...
Yep. Yeah, like I know First Church just had to replace theirs because it
My fear was
ripped through in half and then we're in storm.
I didn't want to do something that was inclusive and then have the weather destroy it and make a worse statement.
Right.
So,
Exactly. So do we have another meeting before June 1st? We don't, do we?
No, the next meeting will be on June 2nd.
Okay, so in the event that you cannot identify a supplier, do you want us to have a motion or other flag, or, I mean, are we okay with it being whatever flag Tom gets?
No.
We'll work with Tom to get them.
Okay.
We will figure it out.
Sounds good.
know where to find me.
Okay.
And I think the motion is to fly the flag. It's an operational problem-solving issue after that.
Yep. Sounds good. Okay. Anybody else? All in favor? I think that's unanimous, so there's no votes in that. Then there's a second request. And you want to make a motion?
I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee fly the progress flag on the wall of whatever room the committee meets in, so it's visible to the public.
Second.
Second by Julia. All right, do we have discussion on that? Dana?
Okay, so I think this is where I should have really asked my question, or the first time. So I want clarification on, is the proposal to permanently install the progress flag here in Bucher? Or is it that you want to put it up and take it down every time? And in both cases, or I guess in the second case, is it just for the month of June, in perpetuity, or?
That's a good clarifying question. The reason, so right now we're meeting in the Bucher multipurpose room, but we don't always meet in this room. I guess if this is our normal meeting place, ideally, and my preference would be that we put the flag up and we leave it up. And when we meet here, it will be visible. I see your point. If we do end up moving our meeting location, I could see that being a drain on Tom's time to move a flag, find a flag, put a flag up. So I think in my mind, visually this wall seems to be pretty consistent. I mean, we meet here pretty consistently. So to me, I think that if this is the room that we meet in, I think it would be a strong visual statement to have it be behind us. On a practical matter, I also have no issue leaving it up at all times in this room. But I think, that's another sort of layer. We could do 3 motions, I suppose. We could split it apart into yet another one, but.
I see those as 2 different motions just for this particular committee.
Can I amend the motion?
Yep.
I'd like to have which is what I said before, is that I'd like to keep the motion as it is and add that we will task the policy committee with creating a policy that will inform us on our flag policy going forward.
Or a second for that amendment?
Second.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on that?
Yeah, I actually think those are 2 different conversations. I think the conversation at hand is, as a body, flying, having a flag represent, flying behind us, or, behind us while we're meeting, and the policy to, display flags in school is a separate idea, right? So right now we're talking about the body and the committee itself. Excuse me. As Anna said, we do occasionally meet in other places. Predominantly, we meet here. But, the idea is, as a committee, to, fly the flag while we're meeting to show that, as a committee, we are fully vested in, supporting, excuse me, it really just goes back to just supporting our idea of diversity and inclusion, and in its 2 separate issues. I don't think that they're unrelated, but they're 2 separate issues.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can I ask Mary Beth a clarifying question?
Yeah.
So in terms of pride flags being up visually, it's my understanding that in many places in the district, particularly at the middle and high school, there are pride flags up in many places. And I know there's one up in the library, because I remember when we were there, before I got distracted by the original art on the wall, that the flags are up. I mean, so it to some degree, I think this is a little bit of a more complicated question. I think the outdoor flying is one particular celebration, and I'm glad we've separated that out. I think on a practical basis, we already have pride flags up in district buildings that remain up year-round, and I feel like the inclusion of the elementary schools in that ongoing display I'm not sure, I mean, if we need a vote to do that, then we can take a vote to do that, but I think it's interesting that those flags are already up in the middle and high school. So I guess, can you confirm there are flags up in the middle and high school?
Secondary level, we do have pride flags on display.
Okay. So, to me, that maybe, to David's point, is the nuance here, is the flags are already up in some places. Are we wanting to put them up in others at the elementary level? And then separately, do we as a committee want to have that flag be part of our meeting process? And, if that wants to be separated out, I think flying it on the wall there is the best place visually for the public, but there are other ways that we could include a flag in our meetings as a visual statement that are not necessarily on the wall, but I don't think I would like the flag to be on the elementary school walls. I think it's important, but I hear David's point and Dana's point and others' point that that's a little bit of a different question.
Okay, so right now go ahead.
Oh, I just have a question. Yeah, so I guess it just gets into the purview of the school committee. Do we have the jurisdiction to make that decision to fly the flag inside the school? And definitely we have the purview to decide to fly it at our meetings. So I think that should be 100% separate vote. But that brings up a separate question. I mean, because I'm not even sure if that's is that in our purview? Is that part of our role? Is that something that that we can do? And if we can do it, then maybe we should make a motion and bring it to a vote.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah. I would say it's difficult to tell the school how to decorate. Like, we wouldn't say, we want blue carpet here.
Sorry, Michelle, can you speak? I can't hear you.
I would say, I agree with you. We wouldn't say, I want blue carpet here, green chairs, put up a poster about, I don't know, counting that has the count from Sesame Street on it or whatever. So I think that's an interesting question that I don't know. So. But I think the amendment is to do the policy. And I think maybe we need to separate that.
I'm happy to withdraw my amendment.
Okay. And make two motions.
Yeah, I'm happy to withdraw my amendment.
After this one? Yeah, okay. All right, so that has been rescinded, so go ahead, Julia.
Yes. No, so I was thinking it should be separate. Yep. Very, very all separate. The policy should all be separate motions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So personally, I feel like this is a government meeting, and so flying government flags is appropriate. I would have no problem with if we had a flag over on the side during our meetings during the month of June, but I feel like if we're flying any one particular flag for the whole year, it's more important to live the values that the flag represents than it is to fly the flag. And so I just feel like I don't feel like it's appropriate to have a government body flying a flag that's not part of their government. And I know that the town hall will fly the flag because it's in recognition of a federally recognized or a recognized holiday, but they're not going to fly the flag every day of the year because they're a government entity. They're not the Human Rights Coalition headquarters or whatever. So I would be in favor of flying a flag for the month of June on a pole, but I am not in favor of hanging a flag permanently on the wall at the school.
I think we need to be careful about how we're conducting this conversation, right? Multiple times this past week and tonight, just the title of this conversation on the agenda, right, was actually, put out incorrectly, right? And as someone who, this flag represents, they could feel that as a form of microaggression against them, right? The idea of saying, I'm comfortable with this flag can be perceived, it is often perceived, by the people who are being excluded in the choice of flag, right, can feel attacked and marginalized, right? That's the whole reason why this flag is so important. This is what I think as a committee we've been speaking about on this sort of ground level of really seeing what it is to be truly inclusive as a district, right? And this is when we spoke to that and I said, you know, doing a survey is going to be a really, really tough slap in the face to this district, is because there are items like that throughout the district, up and down, right, that we as a committee should be setting as a goal to eliminate from our district. And this is a great first step for that. And so that's why I think we need to start being careful. I understand, you know, I am a cisgendered, heterosexual, white man, you know, from the middle class. I understand that that flag doesn't necessarily represent me personally. It represents a heck of a lot of my family members. But, you know, I need to say, okay, you know, I fly this flag in support of them and in support of all the people that were marginalized to get us here. And we're trying to get us to the next level. Excuse me. The adults in this room are going to care about that flag flying on the wall way more than the kids are, right? And you know, I can tell you that as someone who's, you know, surrounded. You know, I just came from a gaggle of 14-year-old girls. That flag is all over the place. You know, it is not even an issue. Like I said, it's more of an issue that it's not here. So, you know, let's be the leaders here.
Anna?
I think, you know, now that we're processing this as a group, I think really the real issue is that this particular room where we happen to meet happens to be an elementary school. And the absence of the flag here is particularly notable. I think were we meeting in the high school library, this motion wouldn't even have to be made because the flag is already there. So really, if we want to get to the heart of the matter, it's that this is a symbol of inclusion and representation, which I actually think is really important. Visual representation is hugely important for those people who are typically ignored or unseen or worse, bullied. So I think really the issue is that we as a committee meet in a room where that flag is not part. It's not part. We have Healthy Kids, we have the American flag, we have our world. We actually have a lot of visual statements of value in this room, right? There's the get in a game, there's the Peanuts gang, everyone's playing together. If you look at it, like, there are statements of value throughout the room, but this is one that's absent from this particular room, and it's not absent from other rooms. So really, I think it's just a convergence that the school committee, as the governing body, happens to meet in an elementary room. So maybe, really, I mean, I think actually I would like, I guess the motion's been seconded, I think I would like to withdraw my motion for simplicity and state that I move we fly the progress flag on the walls of our elementary schools in a highly visible place, and in this room in particular, next to the globe, so it's visible during our meetings.
Is there a second?
Can I make a
Julia?
statement or question?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to say, the Supreme Court stated When the government speaks, it is entitled to promote a program, to espouse a policy, or to take a position. We are allowed to do this. Whether it's right or wrong, we are allowed to do this. So I think I firmly, obviously support it. But I think the important thing to know that I don't want the public, I don't want the teachers, I don't want people to get confused is that legal to do it, and are they bulldozing their agenda onto everybody? We are allowed 100% to do this, so.
I just had a point of order.
Yep, go ahead. I'm trying to keep track of where we are too, so I hope we can clarify that. Yeah, go ahead.
So with the motion and the seconded, now Anna can withdraw, it is up to Anna, she can withdraw that, correct? Even though it has been seconded.
I think the original motioner can withdraw it, I believe so.
And then, I think now she would need to actually put a new, I don't think you can just withdraw and then change the motion. I think it has to be two separate acts.
I think I did move again. I can move again if you want.
She did move it again.
I think she did.
Yeah, I think she did.
I simplified it. I took out the language of, No, totally.
I think it did. And if not, that's what we'll record in the minutes. Dana?
Can I move to vote?
Yeah, we can vote on if we're going to vote. All of those in favor of voting now. You're not voting yes or no, you're just voting to vote. Raise your hand. All of those opposed? Well, it was unanimous. I don't even know why I asked opposed. Okay, so the motion is basically to direct the superintendent to be sure that a pride flag is flown in a prominent location in every elementary school in the district.
Yes, with the stipulation in this room, it should be visible during our meetings.
That should be what?
That in this room, it should be visible during our meetings if this is where we're meeting. But the original motion was at the elementary level, and in this room, someplace visible during our meetings, which would be that part of the wall.
Okay.
Unless we reconfigure how we sit, we can put it somewhere else. I mean, that part I think could be worked out, but the motion is at the elementary level, so it's visible during our meetings in all the buildings.
Well, there's that, but there's also there's different camera angles, so it's not going to always be visible, but
right,
it's visible at some point during the meeting.
Understood.
Okay. All right. Any comment?
We move to vote.
Yeah. Let's go. Don't make a motion to do that. We're going to vote.
No, I know that I'm saying we can't comment.
All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? That is 6-1.
So,
I believe we have another motion coming. Right?
I'm happy to hold it for another meeting.
Okay.
Oh, well, it depends. Was there a meeting that we should actually solidify this in policy?
Correct. Oh, yeah.
I think we should.
I think we should do that now.
Right. I agree.
Okay, well, I guess I want to say that I wished when we got this that I had something to look at in our policy that would have been helpful and guiding. And in the future, there may be similar or different requests for flags, and so I move that we task the policy committee with creating a policy to address
Excuse me.
flag display in the district.
Can we have a date on that motion? By?
Sure. I don't know. By
The fall?
the fall, September 30th.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
I'm second. All right, does anybody want to discuss that?
What was the date? You said by September, by the fall?
30th.
September 30th.
David?
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if we pigeonholed ourselves a little with because we're talking about a flag right now, but I think what we're talking about is some sort of inclusive representation. So, but I think the policy committee can sort of take that
They can,
and broaden it. That's the only thing I was worried about.
Yeah.
So.
Starts with a flag.
Yeah?
I think maybe it starts with a flag and goes
Yeah.
from there.
Because I think the biggest issue that the towns have had is they don't have a policy. And that biggest issue that the MASC had is they can't find a policy anywhere. So it's something that you're going to have to do from scratch, essentially. So it's going to be a task. Yeah. Yep.
So I have two questions. One of them is, I don't know, I mean, September 30th is going to be a quickly, policy doesn't meet all that often, so I don't know if we have, I mean, I don't know that we're going to have a perfect policy by September 30th. I think we can try, but I think that's a goal. I will make a comment about policy in general that was interesting as I've been researching this for the last year and a half about how to do this, and to some degree the absence of policy is a derivative of the government speech issue. If the government's choosing to speak, you don't necessarily need a policy. Like, the government can choose to speak on an ad hoc basis. So while I don't disagree with Dana, it would be good for policy to look at this. It could be the policy recommendation is to not have a policy. So I just want to throw that out there. And it's interesting because one of the legal arguments that I came across in looking at this is that the creation of a policy itself takes it into some sort of other forum kind of question. If it's just the governmental body choosing to speak at their discretion, that is the policy. Government speech is government speech, and it's not necessarily policy. So I think it's going to require some unpacking, and I do know that, you know, some towns have them, some towns don't. To some degree, you know, the basis is in those federal or state proclamations, and then they're interpreted by the governing bodies as they will. So I think it's great for policy to look at it, but I think it's also indicative that the absence of policy indicates that perhaps no policy is a policy, if that makes sense.
To the motion, I would say it is the advice of our lawyer. It was the advice of the lawyer from Hingham. It has been the advice of the lawyers that represent the towns that there are policies, and so I would encourage us to follow that legal advice. So, anybody else? All right, then all in favor of having policy be charged with coming back with a report on a policy by the 30th of September, raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous, so there's no need for whatever. No votes. Okay, so now we are going to have a report on the status of our budget and funds from our Assistant Superintendent, Vincent Leone, and we'll see how we're doing. Because it's been a very interesting year with, you know, not knowing what the year was going to bring, and then bringing some good news and some bad news. How long do you think you're going to need to set up?
Just 1 minute.
Just a minute? Okay. It's like we could go through some of these policies if we... Yeah, the password has changed. I can't get in either. It's...
For the record, we're not that far off our timing.
We're not. Michelle and Mary Beth did a great job.
I think you need to change the source though, right? Any questions?
That's pretty funny.
All done.
How do you do it?
Yeah, the most commonly available size is 3x5. That's easier. Yeah.
Oh, and there's the picture of you in your suit.
3x5 is easy to come by.
So sweet.
Thank you for letting me present to you guys tonight. We're here to go over our FY21 year-end forecast as of the quarter ending March 31st. Today's May 19th. I would like to point out that after Once the quarter ended, about the first week in April or second week in April, we ran through all the purchase orders and payroll and got them into the system. Around April vacation, I conducted the actual year-end forecast. At that point, I noticed the unspent funds. So we originally had this on the agenda for the May 3rd meeting, but based on the availability of funds, I called a capital finance committee meeting so we could schedule that in between the last school committee meeting and this one, so we could vet the unexpended funds through the capital committee. So like most of my forecasts, I always take a conservative approach when forecasting our expenses. So what that basically means is I always go on the side of overestimating our expenditures. So if things come in a little bit higher, we have a little bit of wiggle room to cover it, and we don't overexpend our funds at the end of the year. In addition, the second approach to this forecast, like many third quarter forecasts, is we more accurately reflect our actuals. So what I mean by this is in the first quarter or the second quarter forecasts, if there's a possibility that there are funds being saved, I don't exactly record all of them because there's so much time left within the year that I don't want to overestimate what we have left. But with the third quarter, especially it now being May 19th, I'm confident to put in any savings that we realize because there's really only about 1 month left in the year. So while going through the forecast, there was a few budget realities that I noticed this quarter. Not the biggest one, but I think one of the most important ones is just the fact of our COVID-19 expenses came in much lower than we originally anticipated back in July. The main reason for that, I think, is the next two items here. So out of the 180 school days, students were either not in school or were fully remote about 16% of the time. This includes the first 10 days of school or the additional 5 days after Thanksgiving break when they moved to a fully remote platform. In addition to that, about 58% of the year we were hybrid, where only half the students were in school. And in addition, only about 26% of the time were we fully in person. So if you think about that, just when it comes to consuming materials for students, if only 26% of the year all the students were present, you could see that there would be an excess balance at the end of the year. In addition to all the amount of time that students were not in school, we did have a reduced enrollment. So again, when you think about materials, we originally budgeted materials for around 1,800 students, but come this year, we only had about 1,700. I think it was around a reduction of around 8% of our enrollment. So again, one could see excess funds being left over at the end of the year. And then the last reality that I noticed while conducting this forecast is the stimulus funds we received. At the beginning of the year when we did our budget, we did not anticipate receiving this large amount of stimulus funds. We are just under, I believe, $600,000 in grant funds we received this year. So just to get right into it, when conducting the forecast, we're realizing an excess balance of approximately $1.89 million. This is obviously a substantial amount of money. This is the forecast presented in DAC form. Here you can see just some of the big budget leftovers is the special ed department that we're going to go through in a little bit. I want to thank Stacy Busick for coming here tonight to answer any questions anyone might have in detail around that. In addition, we're seeing a positive balance in our fringe benefits accounts, which I'm going to go through shortly, of approximately $400,000. And lastly, just to pick on one of them, is the regional high school balance of approximately $230,000. So that was it in DAC form, or by location or school. This is it by the DESI category, which is what you guys approve during the budget process. Again, you can see some of the big balance relates to tuitions, which again relates to the special ed department that we'll go through in a minute. And again, the insurance, retirement, and other DESI category, the same balance of approximately $400,000. So after going through this, one of the big questions I had obviously was why is there so much money left over? So most of these items, or at least 90% of them, are because of one-time COVID-related activities that are leaving these kind of balances. So just to, right here, I tried to make a list of the big ticket items. This obviously doesn't include everything. The district currently has over 500 active GL accounts. This really only covers probably about 50 of them. So we have a lot of ins and outs. I didn't capture everything. I just tried to capture the big ticket items so you guys can kind of make the connection of why there is so much left over. So I'm going to give you just a brief intro on all of them, and you can ask me in detail questions if you want. But just starting from the top, our out-of-district special ed tuitions, we're seeing a favorable balance of a little under $700,000. This isn't just COVID related, but it does have a little bit to do with it. Some students we were able to keep in-house. Some students we originally budgeted for did not go out. Again, if you have more detailed questions, Stacy can help me through those. The next category is non-teacher turnover or unused payroll. So that item and the teacher turnover item, about 4 down, is basically the same thing. The reason I chose to break them out is so you can, if you're trying to trace this between the DAC category or the DESI category, they're broken out separately between teachers and pretty much everyone else. So what this is a combination of a lot of things. It's unused stipends, it's hiring new people at a lower salary than their predecessors, and it's not hiring people at all. For instance, the payroll position, the IT technician position, they were all in the budget, but we managed to go through the year without hiring them. So all that leftover payroll is lumped in to that one amount for non-teacher payroll of just under $500,000. Next on the list is special ed transportation. Again, this isn't just COVID related, but does have a lot to do with it. One good example of this is some out-of-district schools this year were fully remote. So if the program was fully remote, we obviously weren't transporting the student to the school, thus we didn't spend that amount of money allotted to them. In addition to that, even though the school might have been open, the family might not have felt comfortable with the student traveling with other students on the bus, so they decided to drive their own child, thus saving us money again. The next category is health insurance. So what happened here is last year during our budget cycle, once COVID hit, we had a few resignations on the books that we didn't fill. We included health benefits for those employees that weren't on the books in case when we hired them, they did take the benefits. So if somebody's not here, we always budget some sort of benefit package for them to give us coverage in case they enroll. In addition to that, even though there were budget cuts last year and we did eliminate nearly 23 positions, there were also new positions in there. So for instance, our SLP position or our BCBA position, those were new positions last year. There was nobody in the position prior to that. So again, we budgeted benefits for those individuals as well, but we didn't hire those individuals. So the benefits from them is sitting in the health insurance account. I believe that happened to about 7 people. In addition to that, within our health insurance line, we always budget about a 1 or 2% increase in enrollment when we actually saw a decrease in enrollment. So just that 2% amounted to $70,000, and we actually saw a reduction in enrollment. So all those combined accumulate up to about $300,000. The next one is unemployment. We're seeing a favorable balance of about 277,000. So the story behind this is when we made those budget cuts last year and eliminated approximately 22 positions, we budgeted the full unemployment benefit for every single person for the full year. But what ended up happening is only about 4 or 5 of those 22 people actually enrolled in unemployment and actually took benefits. And most of them only took benefits for July and August, and September came, they got a new job. So we didn't actually end up expending majority of that budget. I believe our unemployment budget was somewhere just south of 400,000. So through the year end, I think we're going to spend around 130,000. In addition to that, back in, I believe it was the November, December, January timeframe, we got hit with legitimately over 70 fraudulent unemployment claims. So at the time, after seeing all these claims, when I did my quarter 2 forecast, I didn't predict us saving any money. I said we were going to spend the whole thing because there's really this unemployment situation is out of control. During the months of January, February, and March, I literally, I don't know the word, I
Contested
every one of those claims. Sorry, thank you. I contested every single one of those claims, and I believe we won on almost 98% of them. So I am now confident that that balance will still be there at the end of the year. I touched upon the teacher turnover a little bit earlier. Again, that's just, again, the BCBA or the SLP that we never filled. It's hiring people lower on the salary scale than we originally anticipated. Next is professional development. I did not really see this one coming at the beginning of the year, so I thought throughout the year we would still see teachers going out to professional development. We would still see instructors coming in and providing professional development. But most of the conferences were canceled throughout the year, or they were all virtual. So the cost was drastically reduced. And I believe we're going to anticipate savings of somewhere around $80,000 between the year end. Materials, again, is what I hit on earlier, just the fact that there's not students here and we're not consuming the materials at such a rate that we thought. The reason that's not as high as one would think is because we did purchase a large amount of hardware, iPads, Chromebooks, so it did offset the total balance a little bit, but we are still seeing a favorable balance. The next one is school choice. I also didn't see this one coming. This is in direct relation to our enrollment decline. We had an enrollment decline in kids coming in, and the same thing happened for our students going out. A few of them, I think it was about 6 of them, didn't choice out to Beverly or Ipswich. Those are usually the 2 big towns that take our students. They either, stayed home and were homeschooled or actually enrolled in our district for 1 year. So those are kind of the positives that we're seeing, but at the same time, we also had unbudgeted expenses that we've kind of been talking about all year. This include the tents and the furniture. Just so you guys know, this is just the amount that is hitting our general fund. So both these items did cost us more, but a lot of it was picked up through the stimulus money. So this is the net result of what the stimulus money did not pick up. In addition to that, we saw uptick in our maintenance upgrades related to the HVAC. In addition to that, we saw about $132,000, I want to call it liability, but $132,000 increase in PPE that we never had in our 21 budget. In addition to that, everyone knows the cafeteria is seeing a drastic deficit this year. We're projecting that to be roughly $190,000. So again, this isn't a complete list, but if you add just these items up alone, I think it's somewhere south of about 1.7 million. So from a big picture perspective, you can see kind of where the big balances are rolling over from. So I do have a request for transfer here. I don't know if you guys want me to stop and take questions on it, or do you want to go through the motion? I can kind of just give you a synopsis on what happened here. So back on March 3rd, we approached you guys at the school committee meeting asking for a transfer to purchase additional desks for social distancing for the reopening of school. Before the meeting, I had contacted DESE and did not get a response, contacted our auditors and didn't get a response that day, but the auditors answered me the next day. My question to them was, where should I be charging the furniture? If you look at the DESE chart of accounts, they say anything under $5,000 for one item shouldn't be charged to fixed assets, but when you do a bulk purchase, it should. So I had a question on where exactly should go. I'll admit it, I chose wrong. I told you to put it in instructional materials. It should have been fixed assets. So the first transfer I'm requesting is to reverse that transfer I asked on March 3rd. And the second one, if you remember at the same meeting, we did mention that we might need a lot more chairs than we anticipated, but at the time, we weren't sure if we were gonna need them. We were in the middle of a chair audit to see how many we had. What ended up happening is we did need the chairs. It accounted to about $12,000. So the second part of the transfer is to account for the additional chairs. So the next slide is the motion for that, but if you want, I can stop it if you want to ask questions, or I can keep going. Keep going?
So, let's see, this is non-controversial, but I think we probably should ask questions about the other stuff first, so why don't we go through that? Anna?
I think, did you say Stacy's here?
Yep,
Yes.
she's here.
Hi. So I know this is it's always a question in general under normal circumstances, but those out-of-district tuitions, I am wondering, without going into detail for individual students, obviously, so I want to be clear, I'm not asking for that, but do you anticipate, in looking ahead to next year, we have this huge unused balance now, but as much as you're able, do you foresee that number is going to swing back radically the other way next year? I guess I'm a little bit concerned of where it is now and wondering if you can add a little bit more detail about how that overage occurred. And then looking ahead, is that something that we anticipate carrying forward, or do we actually anticipate our out-of-district costs are going to go up again? Or I wonder if you could answer that a little bit more, because I know the public is going to look at that number and say, whoa, what happened here?
I'll give you the microphone.
Honestly, Anna, it's a difficult question to answer in terms of special ed is a constant moving target. We have some things shifting and moving for next year, so we're going to be adjusting projections throughout the remainder of the year. And some of the things that impact are different differentials in the out-of-district numbers or total costs. We have some families that may be moving out of the district. We have a couple coming in with established programs. So it's hard to predict. The other piece is after this year, it's so unknown what challenges we may have with students moving forward in terms of their level of need. But I'm hoping as we're kind of watching the numbers that even with the pluses and minuses, we kind of stay within the same range we've predicted so far. And I don't see anything extraordinary at this point. But again, it's a constant moving target. I've had changes through this week coming my way, so yeah.
Yeah, please do.
Just to add to your comments, Stacy, I think that one of the things that both the committee and the community should be aware of is kind of the word of the day with the special ed budget is volatility, right? That we are just not able to predict, and these are large numbers that have a big impact on the budget, so that can be a challenging thing. But I know from one day to the next, what comes through Stacy's door in terms of students' needs can change, and depending on what that is, that can have a significant impact on what happens to that number. So that while we are showing a surplus now, I think it is wise to be very conservative in terms of thinking about that as additional funds, because we do not know what we will see next year. Even in a non-COVID year, the possibility of that number being volatile is large. And then following COVID, I think that the level of volatility is even higher.
So part of this out-of-district tuition savings is related to students who we anticipated needing to go out did not. Can you talk about what it was that we maybe did that allowed the students to be able to function here versus needing to be placed in a, less or more restrictive environment?
There are several factors. A lot of the factors were due to COVID. Starting with, and I believe I talked about this at the January presentation I did, one of the things that happened through the course of the school physical building closures and going remote were some students we were anticipating who were not meeting graduation requirements, or for our students who we typically provide services till 22 were not meeting transition goals.
Stacy, I'm sorry, can you talk into the mic? I see that the audience can't hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was trying to project louder too than I typically do. So one of the things we saw was with the COVID school building closures that happened, some of the students who were struggling, again, to meet graduation requirements or transitional goals were able to do that in a remote setting versus a physical building setting for a variety of reasons. So we had some students who successfully graduated or successfully moved on to post-secondary education or employment. We had some unknown moves of students out of the district, and we also had some ability to bring students back into district. I think the biggest factor for some students that we had projected for moving out were lack of space in a placement at the time, and also we saw transitions of students into the next level, like middle and high school, where we were really concerned, did a fairly well transition because we had smaller group settings with the hybrid model. And again, some of the students who stayed remote worked better for them. So we were able to kind of educate them still in district with the different models we had for educational supports.
That's kind of a success
That's
story.
A lot.
Remote learning worked better for some kids.
As horrible as COVID and the pandemic has been, there were some things that worked for some students throughout this whole crisis.
Yep. Just to add one other piece to that, the other thing that we saw is that for some of our students, the smaller class size was actually really beneficial. That some of the stress in a larger class when we were in hybrid was not existent, and that for a certain part of our population, that kind of learning environment was actually pretty powerful. And that's a conversation we've been having about what does that mean in terms of moving forward in programming potentially for some of our more vulnerable population.
The other thing that worked for a lot of our students who were in higher level programs or more restrictive programs is we weren't able to do the inclusive piece. So we did a more substantially separate program model, and that worked well for quite a few of our students. Just because we could not be moving around the building and going into multiple classrooms.
Any more questions for Stacy? Okay, how about questions on other topics on the list there? Sounds good. All right, why don't we do the motion about the line item transfers then?
Thank you, Stacy.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee approves the FY21 operating expense budget transfers as recommended here herein by the Assistant Superintendent of Finance and Administration and as presented on the previous slide entitled Suggested Budget Transfers Quarter 3.
Is there a second?
Second.
I think Anna got that first, second by Anna. Does anybody want to discuss more? Was it clear what we're doing here? Sounds good. All in favor? It's unanimous. No need to call opposed. All right. There you go.
Okay, so with such a large balance, the reason I wanted to call the Capital Finance Committee meeting was to kind of come up with a recommendation, or at least come up with a direction for a recommendation. So at this time, we're somewhere in the middle. We still definitely need to talk over this more in the Capital Finance Committee meeting, but first off, we're asking if we can prepay tuitions for the last time this year unless another emergency arises. Now, a personal view of mine is I hate prepaying tuitions unless there's an emergency to do it. COVID-19 is obviously one of the emergencies. We still don't know what the beginning of next school year is going to look like, and this will give us some sort of protection for anything that might occur next year. If nothing occurs, we would return it through E&D back to the towns if we obviously don't spend it. But one of the reasons I hate prepaying tuitions is I believe it just muddies the water a little bit. People who aren't directly involved with school finances on a day-to-day basis, they kind of see it as you're moving funds around and which year does this belong to. It creates a little bit of confusion. People think that just because you prepaid tuitions this year, how come you can't lower your budget next year by this amount? But not all the time. People don't make the connection that if you do that, your following year's budget is going to see drastic increases. So you're better off not reducing your previous year's budget. So just trying to be transparent and trying to be open with people. I personally just don't like prepaying tuitions. Unless, again, it's an emergency and there's some sort of huge shortfall in the following year's budget. So that is our number one recommendation at this time. The remaining part of it has to do with our FY21 Chapter 70 money. So for those of you who were on the school committee last year and were involved in town meeting in the budget process last year for FY21, and of course, you all already know, we reduced our FY21 Chapter 70 projected budget for this year, but what ended up happening, it was level funded. So our representatives told us to predict about a 20% drop. That never happened. I believe it actually increased a little bit. So at the end of this year, I'm predicting that we have about $773,000 left just from Chapter 70 alone. During the town meeting last year, we promised to return that to the town. So my second recommendation is to fulfill our promise. We promised we were going to give it back, so at the end of this year, as long as you guys agree with it, I think we should do that. And then the remaining balance is what we are still kind of, not to say at odds on, we're still working through it in the capital meeting. We want to make a financially responsible decision that takes the taxpayers' dollars under consideration and doesn't create a shortfall in our future budgets. So we're trying to come up with some sort of one-time, not to say, one-time expense that won't cause future turmoil in the budget process in years to come and bring some sort of stability to the budget process as we've promised the towns in the past.
Can I just make
So
one-
this is about the prepay if you want to do that, but I can stop again to take questions. 'Cause
So, and this may be to Stacy. One of the other arguments that people make about prepaying is, well, then you're just going to send the kids out of district. And I think one of the things that people often don't understand is, like, we have commitments for 3 years to send the kids out of district. So by prepaying, it's not as though we're assuming that the kids are going to go out. We know they're going to be going to those schools because we've already committed. So we should just keep in mind, we know that these are real bills that are coming in.
So there is a motion to allow us to prepay for FY22 out-of-district tuitions with any FY21 funds that remain this year. There is laws around it. Obviously, you can't prepay the whole entire year for most of the students. You can only prepay the first 3 months. The first 3 months differ depending on whether the student's involved in a summer program or whether they just start school in September. If the student goes to a collaborative, they do allow you to prepay the whole year under the collaborative. So basically, we're asking permission to use these funds, but obviously not to exceed any of the thresholds that the state puts in.
Are you ready for motion?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay. This motion has a symbol in it that I don't know how to pronounce, but I'm going to just go for it anyway. The Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee authorizes.
Yeah.
That was. I was going to guess. I was going to guess section, so I was going to, be close. The Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee authorizes the Assistant Superintendent of Finance and Administration to prepay FY22 out-of-district tuitions with FY21 funds not to exceed the amounts established by Mass General Law, Chapter 40, subsection 4E, and Chapter 71, subsection 71D.
Our second. Second by David. Does anybody want to discuss that more? Go ahead.
Since Vinny isn't 100% comfortable paying tuition, and to give the Capital Finance Committee as much flexibility as possible, can we hold off on voting on this motion until after the Finance Committee has met and made their determination?
If I could jump in, so Jennifer, we did meet on May 10th, and we were in agreement, the three of us, that the prepayment was the best option for the money. The two other options were what we were discussing. And if you want Vinny to put those two other options back up, I don't know if you have the. I don't know if you did list the two options.
They're not on this one, they're on the other presentation I had for capital finance.
Yeah,
but-
so this one we did agree upon that was the best way to use the money.
Just as long as we're not hindering the ability to make other decisions like.
No, correct. Yeah, correct. Thank you.
All right, well then, we'll take a vote. All in favor? It's unanimous, so we will not see who is opposed.
So I just wanted to leave you guys with a little bit of timeline on what the remaining funds and what we're going to do. So obviously, today we gave you the third quarter forecast. At the end of next month, the actual year-end closes. Beginning next week, Powers and Sullivan come in for their pre-field work audit, and then they come in again in the middle of July for the they have a word for it, but either way, for the actual audit. And then they will conduct that between July and August. They'll wrap that up sometime in September when they come give the presentation to the full school committee. In September, once the audit closes, we calculate our E&D. And then in October, I will submit our E&D to the DOR. I believe the deadline for that is either October 1st or October 31st. I always flip the two.
Halloween.
Yeah, I thought it was Halloween. Yep. And then the DOR has been different year to year on when we actually receive the certification. Sometimes it's early, sometimes it's late, but it's usually never later than January. So once they certify the excess funds, that's when we can actually use it. So once June 30 comes, that money's locked away in a vault, and you can't touch it until they certify it sometime in January. Once they do that, and in conjunction with us building the FY23 budget, we will incorporate the final recommendation from the Capital Finance Committee along with the FY23 budget. I think that is it, unless you have more questions.
Do you anticipate further line item transfers?
next quarter, definitely, we will have to do it for prepaid tuitions, because this does not cover that.
Okay.
So we don't exactly know yet what the prepaid tuitions are gonna be, because
Okay.
we wait till the very end and see what actual students are out, where they are, because that depends on how much we can prepay, what programs they're involved in. So I didn't want to ask for the transfer yet, because we don't know what that exact amount
Okay.
is yet.
Super.
So there will be another one presented in either July or August with the year-end close.
Right. So the good news is we did have enough money to get through the year.
Yes.
So we should
A
be
lot of it had to do with the
thankful.
government too, so.
Yeah, super. All right, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. So
Thanks, Vinny.
Thank you again, Stacy.
Yep, thank you, Stacy.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you, Stacy.
we are a little bit before 10, so let's go over the policies here. Well, who wants to tell the story? You want to tell the story? Tell the story.
So prior to my arrival and others, I know Michelle and Peter, I think, had worked on the ongoing policy review with MASC, and it's been a long, slow-moving process. So Dorothy's recommendation, superintendent's recommendation, is we have a large batch of policies that have already been approved in form, meaning everything that's you see here in these very long exhibits for A, Section B, so on and so forth, they've already been to the committee once, and the committee's already approved it once, but it was in form at that time. And I think Michelle will be really the only person in this table who knows exactly what had happened, but that they've been accumulating for a while. So it's the recommendation that we actually finalize the approval of these large sections. The superintendent requested that they take effect, I believe, is September 15th. Does that sound right? With the idea that that gives the administration time to go through them very carefully. And if there are new policies that have been approved, they can align to handbooks, codes of conducts, procedural things at sort of the administration level. So this is sort of a little bit of housekeeping to catch up so that we don't have policies that might have been approved in form 2 years ago, just sort of hanging out. So that's what this is. Just so people know, throughout the last year, there have been a few that we took out of order and tweaked again. So for example, Dana's amazing good work on executive sessions, I believe was policy BEC. So where we've taken something out of order and changed it, I worked with Dorothy to incorporate that in. So BEC is one example. BEDH is the new public comment policy. That's another one that's a change from when it was. So there have been a few that we did that to. The A section had ACBA, which is the harassment policy, which, given the change in administration at the federal level, I bet will come back around again. So there have been a few outliers that came up throughout the year. Those have all been incorporated into the section summaries that you have in front of you now. And if Michelle Horgan thinks I missed something, please augment everything I just said.
It all. Well done.
So do we have a specific wording on the motion, or we're just going to approve them to be effective on September 15th? Is that? Okay.
Okay. I move that we approve the policies previously approved in form listed on the agenda to be implemented beginning September 15th, 2021.
Or second? Second by Anna. All right, so there are some policies that I feel need to be reviewed because it's been a while and there's some issues with them, but I think that it's more appropriate to let the process go through and then in their regular thing to go ahead and review those at that time. So I'll just not say anything other than that. All right, so anybody else? No? All right, so then let's vote. All in favor of approving section A, B, C, E, and G to be effective on September 15th, raise your hand. right, that's unanimous, 7 votes. All right, so one of my favorite governors this week gave us a little extra super surprise with no notice and no warning. And the MASC gave us a fantastic policy back in the spring, or in the, well, maybe it was in the summer. And one of the things that it said is that we would follow guidelines, and then another thing that it says is that this will be in effect until the school committee rescinds it. And so we're just going to talk about the face covering policy right now.
Great.
Even though we've already sort of implemented it.
Yeah, and more coming on the 29th. So as you had indicated, on Monday, we received somewhat of a surprise from the governor indicating that students were no longer required to wear masks outside for recess, for outside learning environments, for sports. This threw a problem to all districts in trying to try to pivot quickly. There was really significant concern from our building administrators around clarity for what the rules were the next day. And as Michelle had mentioned, the policy has somewhat conflicting information. We're going to follow what's happening in the guidelines, and we can't do anything, the committee should rescind. So in the face of that, we made the decision to go forward with the governor's orders as we have been following state guidance all along. But there is the other part in this policy that says that the committee has to rescind it. We know, again, on May 29th, there's going to be some additional pieces around that, and that we anticipate that the mask guidance that we're going to get from the state is going to continue to evolve and change. And so to put this into policy with the existing guidance and then needing to change it over and over again does not make sense. So what I am doing this evening is bringing forward to you a recommended motion that says I move that the Hamilton-Wenham Regional School Committee rescinds face covering policy EBCFA and directs the superintendent to follow DESE and governor's guidance in determining appropriate mask procedures in the district. That should cover us, but there is that policy out there with kind of 2 conflicting pieces, and I want to be sure that the committee has an opportunity to weigh in on this.
Go ahead and make a motion in the affirmative, and then we'll discuss it. Yep.
Sure. Okay. I move that the Hamilton Regional School Committee rescind face covering policy EBCFA and direct the superintendent to follow DESE and the governor's guidance in determining appropriate mask procedures in the district.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Anna. Does anybody have questions or?
The policy in general, that this is something that happened on Monday. And what I heard from our principals is what people wanted was clarity. You know, should we have masks on outside or shouldn't we? We're all going out to recess and we need to know what's going to happen. So that's what I got in terms of a message, is that people need to know what the plan is for Tuesday.
Yeah.
If there are individual parents who still wish for their children to wear masks at all times, that will still be allowable, right? This is only lifting the requirement to mask. But if a parent's still uncomfortable for whatever reason, they can still ask that their child keep their mask on, and until that's a parental decision, right?
Absolutely, and the communication that we sent out to families actually said that we invite you to continue to wear your mask, should that feel like the best choice for your family.
Okay.
My only question is sort of similar to what Jen has said, is having the mask policy was a requirement of the MOU, and the emergency hasn't been lifted yet, so we have our MOU still in place. So I'm not 100% sure what we have to do about that. That's all I wasn't sure about. so.
What I could do is just confirm with the HWEA,
Yeah.
this policy and the next policy, and from the commissioners' meeting today, it's not likely that there's going to be another policy that says no masks in school. We are getting direction now that that will probably stay stable over the course of the school year. So this policy and the policy that is coming on May 29th is regarding outside behavior. So if you're outside, you can remove your mask. Right now, adults actually can't remove their masks unless they're 6 feet apart, but on May 29th, that will change. When you're inside a building, students and teachers need to continue to wear their masks. So I would not anticipate any significant issues with that, but I appreciate what you're saying, and I'd be happy to reach out and just make sure that there are no different interpretations.
Yeah, because
of
I
that.
think the DESE guidelines only require mask wearing inside by, is it second grade and under, or above, or was it, I think it was second grade and above.
I think they updated all.
Did they eventually update it to all?
Originally, it was second, it was below second.
Yeah.
Pretty sure they.
They did, okay, that's, yeah. I'm just going to say it because it makes absolutely no sense that the vaccinated adults have to wear their masks and the unvaccinated children do not. It just makes no sense to me. Okay, I feel better. Anybody else want to say something? No, okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Nobody has any comments, so why don't we vote on this? All in favor? All right, that's unanimous. So we don't need to ask an opposed. All right, so we're to 10 o'clock. We've got probably an hour left. How do people feel about that? And then probably executive session as well. I'm getting no feedback. This is just like at school. Oh, that's what you were, I was saying at 10 o'clock, I would check in with people and see if they wanted to move any items to another meeting or if they wanted to continue, just keeping in mind that this was a very long agenda. I'm not hearing anything, so.
I think we have stayed relatively close to our schedule. We're definitely not going to be here till 1, which is my fear.
Oh, no. Yeah, don't assume that.
Well, but all these people have stayed a long time.
I'm just saying, do not assume we're not going to be here till 1 o'clock, because when the cameras turn off, we're still here.
No. I'm game to keep going.
All right, great. Okay. All right, it's up to you.
Okay, a couple things from the superintendent's report. One, I want to share that we are getting prepared to launch a summer partnership with the Ipswich YMCA. This partnership will enable us to provide opportunities for some of our elementary students that are most at risk in terms of literacy and other needs. Where in the morning they will be receiving literacy instruction, and at the noon break there'll be lunch, and then they will be transported to a YMCA camp, and they will have the opportunity to spend the afternoon with their friends in a socially connected camp environment. It will be a 4-week program, and because of some of the ESSER money that we have coming in, we should be able to offer this program free of charge to our students that most need it. So we're excited about that opportunity. I really wanted, I see Jen Caulfield here, give her a shout out as the first contact came and we were up to our eyeballs. We put Jen on the initial meeting. She came back, said, you guys need to move forward with that. So we were able to meet with the folks from the Ipswich YMCA, and we are excited about the ability to offer this programming this summer. Next, just a quick reminder to the committee, the community, that on Saturday is the senior parade. So our seniors will be headed down Route 1A. This is the opportunity to congratulate them, put out a sign, and celebrate their graduation in a remarkable year. So the class of 2021 will have lots of stories to tell as they move forward. And then finally, I wanted to just update the committee on the Cutler principal search. We went out for a search. We had three candidates that we were excited about. But before we were able to move forward with the decision, 2 of the candidates dropped out. So it was my determination that we were going to determine that we were not going to move forward with this particular search, and that putting an interim in place made sense. Met with the Cutler faculty, met with the parents on the principal search committee, explained the reasoning, had general consensus that that was a good move to move forward. I am in the process and a couple of moving parts, but the plan is by the end of the week to have 3 candidates identified to be able to put in front of the Cutler faculty and Cutler parents for an interim position for next year. Both the parents and the faculty will have a chance to interview all 3 candidates, and based on the feedback that I receive, I will make an interim appointment for the 21-22 school year. And then what we will do is in early 2022, get out early and look again to move to appoint a permanent principal. So I wanted to let you know where that search stands and where we are in the process. I am hopeful by the end of next week at this point that we will have an interim candidate identified.
Excellent.
Can I ask a question on that?
Absolutely.
Is that okay, Michelle?
Yep.
Is there a reason that we didn't go ahead with the 3rd candidate who did not withdraw?
Yes, so in looking through the evaluations of parents and faculty, the candidate had some decent support, but it wasn't strong enough from my perspective to say this is a permanent person, particularly given the sense that it was the only candidate left. But the level of support, again, was certainly there for the candidate, but it was at a very different level than one of the other candidates. And I think in talking to the faculty and to parents, we want somebody that the school is really excited about and that it's worth waiting to get that fit.
Okay. Do you have any underlying sense of why, not necessarily why people pulled out, but why in the end the pool was thin, or why people did withdraw? Because it would seem like being the principal of Cutler School would be a really desirable position, but it sounds like, is there something structural that's going on, or timing, or is it just because it's the pandemic still? Do you have any insight as to why it sort of stalled?
Yeah, actually, I can speak to that from both candidates. The first candidate was involved in a number of different searches, and one of the searches was further along, and she was offered a position, and so she chose to take that, whereas we were just beginning, which is one of the values of trying to get out as early as we can. And in the second position, the principal had indicated that her current school has been impacted significantly by COVID, that there have been a large number of retirements. There are a lot of teachers that were out teaching remotely that are just coming back to the school for the first time the next year. And this was the only position she had applied to, but upon reflection, she felt that her school was struggling enough at this moment that it wasn't the right time to leave it, and she felt like she could not do that.
Okay.
Which could mean she's available next year.
But what I certainly would say is that all of the candidates have spoken very, very highly about the Cutler School and the community, and that there are life circumstances that have occurred that are just sometimes part of this process.
Michelle?
Yep.
I don't mean to hold people. I don't know if this is helpful, but I myself have only been involved in one principal search. It was here in the district for a middle school principal several years ago, and many years ago, and it was non-COVID, and we actually had the exact same experience, and then we hired an interim principal. So I just wanted to throw that out there that it happens.
It happens, yeah.
Right. And it was exactly that. We had exactly that scenario. We had 3 candidates. One took another job. It was the same
exactly
scenario.
Yeah. And the other candidate was decent, but, you know. Okay. Moving on to committee reports. Capital Finance Planning Subcommittee, do you have anything to add other than what we've seen?
No, all set. Thank you.
Policy, anything to add other than what we've seen?
No, we are meeting tomorrow,
Okay.
right? We're meeting tomorrow, so we'll add the flag policy to that, I guess, well, we'll talk about that. That'll be a new thing, but yeah, we're meeting tomorrow.
All right, and negotiations will give their report in executive session. All right, so I am going to call a 5-minute recess for the next agenda item. So, what, does anybody know what time it is? Let's see. So, 5 minutes, 10:30. I don't like the number 13, 10:14. How about 10:15? 10:15.
Hopefully my
Okay.
explanation.
What's that?
Thank you.
That's the one I have in my house.
All right, we're back from break.
Because he was like, I used to go there all the time. Yeah.
I have one on my flag.
But some people aren't.
The one that
That's the Philadelphia flag. That flag was first created, I don't know, maybe 10 years or so ago in response to the initial sort of racial inequity part of it. So initially the Six Stripes.
I just have stopped
You want
dying.
the one that
Like, I was
has-
dead all weekend. The allergies.
You want the one that has the chevron with the pink and the triangle in it.
All right,
With the D.
Yeah, the Philadelphia flag was an outgrowth of sort of that same racial injustice awareness. So in its first, I think it was the city of Philadelphia.
that's what you do in class, right? You just wait.
Sort of commissioning, so.
All right.
Send you guys like a flags 101 kind of situation if you want. There's a lot of versions to choose from. Yeah.
All right. Why did I think there were two things? Oh, wait a minute. So did we remove the other thing?
The microphone.
I'm sorry, did we remove the other thing that's under the chair's report, the minutes? Because now it's not on the agenda. But it was on the agenda I saw,
What minutes?
the executive session minutes.
They were part of the consent agenda.
They were part of the consent.
Oh, that's why they're not there. Yeah, okay, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah, we did it already.
Okay. Oh, man, it's been a long week. Okay. All right, so the next item is annually, now I can't remember if it was before June 31st or June 30th or May 31st. The school committee is supposed to have the chair create a compilation evaluation and present it to the superintendent. And we are supposed to provide our individual ones to the superintendent, so I've done that. And I wrote, and I'll just say one of them was turned in a little late, and it might have been mine. And the compilation also has been compiled and was sent to the committee today. The advice was that the superintendent should have time to review it first, and that the document itself is a form of deliberation because it's getting input from everybody, and so my sending it back out to you becomes a form of deliberation. So you should get it at about the same time as the public does, so I kind of coordinated that so that would happen. So this is it. And I went through the process that was recommended, and I gave, if someone gave an unsatisfactory, I did a 1, needs improvement was a 2, proficient was a 3, exemplary was a 4, and then averaged them out. It was rather unsatisfying, but that's what you had said, because in reality, proficient is like 80% of the bandwidth, and then needs improvement is another %, and then unsatisfactory and exemplary are these little bitty slivers on the end, so I don't know. You guys will have to decide if that was the right way or not. All right, so overall, the committee felt that there was significant progress made in the professional practice goal. There was some progress made in the student learning goal, and some progress made in the district improvement goal. And we ranked overall the standard 2 needs improvement, standard 1 needs improvement, standard 2 proficient, standard 3 needs improvement, and standard 4 needs improvement. And then overall, based on that, Superintendent Banyos received a needs improvement rating. So, I discussed that with Dorothy at the MESC to see what exactly that means. And also Naomi, I've had occasion to talk to her recently with various things that have been going on. And she mentioned that needs improvement is coming up a lot around the state, just because we need an improvement over this year to next year, in that many superintendents have been receiving that rating. So, I described the methodology, and then I have heard Dorothy speak about this, and I have also heard superintendents speak about this, and my union speak about this, but inter-rater reliability being important, and I'm making note that there was not inter-rater reliability, because in almost every standard except for one, there was some people who would rate a 1, some were in a 2, some were in a 3, and in one case, some were in a 4. So the comments are here. Did people have time to read them? Do they want time to read them now? Do you want them to be read out loud? What do we want to do?
I didn't have time to read the response, Exhibit 2. I don't know if anyone else did.
I didn't.
I haven't had time to read Exhibit 2. I don't know when it was posted.
What is Exhibit 2? Is that your response? Yep.
I
Okay.
have not read the response either.
I had time to read the.
Yes.
Yep.
As did I.
I just didn't know if I missed it.
So part of the process is, and if you've been reviewed at your own job, you come in, you guys talk about it, you give feedback to your boss gives you feedback, and you go back and forth. So in education, usually it's in writing, because in education, you really don't have time to meet a lot. So superintendent provided a written response. So do people need time to read that? Sounds like yes. Or do we want to read it out loud?
I don't know if we want to read it out loud.
No, I think we could, I haven't read it. I don't know.
Maybe we should just.
Should we take a few minutes
yes.
to read, just to read it?
Yeah, and then we'll let Mary Beth read what she wants to read about it. So, okay.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Michelle, can I ask you a question about the individual evaluations?
Yep.
So I was under the impression, and I understood that.
Can we?
Oh, sorry.
Can we read first and then
Sure.
read after?
Sure.
Is this the letter? Is this the letter that was? Oh, all right. Just waiting. I was just checking with Michelle. Ready? Okay. All right. So, so the compilation is here. The individual ones have been provided to Mary Beth. So I figured we would just go around and provide our input on the evaluation. And then you're welcome to unplug that, David, if you need to. Yep. Okay. Go around, give your individual, if you have any comments about this and the edits that we should make, and also just your individual feedback. I would suggest next time, instead of having the individual evaluations come in and then a compilation be put together, that maybe there's an individual meeting with the superintendent and then the compilation is put in. That way there's like, you know, a lot of stuff can be just talked about and responses can be whatever, done in a personalized way. This is a little impersonal, that's all. Does anybody want to go first? I will go. Okay, I was like, I'll go first.
I mean, I'm not really going to talk about my evaluation. I mean, it's public record. People can read what I wrote, you know, read my whole thing. I'll send it to anyone if they want to read it. And I also feel like Mary Beth and I did talk about it at length.
Okay.
And I think we'll probably have more discussions around it because 1 hour was not sufficient. I think the composite, like, I felt represented in the composite. I mean, I didn't think it's probably not the one I would have written, but that was not my job. I am not the chair. And I did not feel misrepresented. I felt like I saw myself, I heard myself, I read some of my comments. So I felt pretty represented in the composite. Super. So I'm not sure what else we're supposed to say.
We're just going to be sure that that's how people feel.
However long, 15 pages of my evaluation.
Yep. Okay. Michelle?
This was a very stressful exercise. And luckily,
we tried to warn you about this.
But I'm friends down the street with a former educator in Hamilton Wenham. He was an administrator, and I reached out to him after I submitted my evaluation. He's 80 now, so he was around here for a while, and he was the principal at the middle school. And this was his response to my text when I told him just how stressful it was. He said, "Evaluations are a stressful document to create. I can remember when I was a principal of the middle school, I had to do approximately 20 per year. Evaluations are not meant to punish a person, but rather a way of praising a staff member for the positives in their performance, and also a way to offer recommendations for improving one's performance. It is a delicate balance of praise and recommendations, and the evaluator needs to work from observable facts and not opinions." And after reading that, I wish I had had it beforehand. And I think if I can, I'll grab this, and we should remember this for next year too, because it's just important to know that, and this is 20 years of experience, so I'm glad it's done.
Yeah, Dana?
So I guess I want to, first of all, Michelle Bailey, I want to say thank you for doing something that was an incredibly challenging task. And I feel like Julia said, I felt, well, I'm going to say it's sort of even bigger than what Julia said. I felt like you managed in this document to do what I actually think that is a very difficult thing to do, which is that I felt heard, and I still saw that there were other sides that were represented, but it was clear that this is a composite and this represented the whole board. And I think you did an excellent job with what had been really challenging. I don't know if all we're speaking to right now is, so I guess I feel like that's what this is a compilation. I'm saying I think you really did a good job representing it. I don't know if we're talking about any other things right now other than that.
Right. Okay, so, yep.
So, yeah, I also want to say thank you, because it's, it's difficult to take clearly 7 different opinions and try to even remotely put something cohesive together. And also just the sheer volume of words I'm sure your body had to read, just from a processing standpoint, is a lot. So I think that does need to be acknowledged. I would say I felt like you did a really good job trying to quote me at times. A couple of the quotes are a little bit inaccurate, and I don't know if that's because you had to retype them or copy and paste, but a couple of places, like, I can tell that you were trying to say what I said, but instead of actually just quoting me, it was a little paraphrased, and then the paraphrasing wasn't quite exactly what I said. So I think that's just something I want to note. There's a couple of things that I don't know if they're like factual errors that matter, but there's a couple places where, like, I think there's some things that are asserted that are not 100% true. Like, and one of them is sort of simple, like the methodology. I think you meant 1, 2, 3, or 4, but it says 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 on the front page.
Because up here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Right. So I think that's that's good clarification. So I feel like there's a couple places that I too would have, I think there was a little bit of editorial license taken that, again, as Julia said, like, I don't know that I would have phrased it that way. I will say it's hard for me to know how accurate it is without seeing everyone else's. So I would like to see everyone else's individual evaluations. I would also like to request that they are made public, because we do clearly have very different voices and perspectives. And I think that just for the public's ability to evaluate us as their elected representatives, I think for transparency's sake, I do think we should make them public individually, because that way they can see what we did. Because even though reading this, I can kind of pick out, yeah, this is me, and this is me, and this is me. They have no idea, really. So I think that would be good. And for me, like, I'll feel more comfortable knowing that this is an accurate amalgam if I can read other people's and be like, okay, that seems fair. Like, that's a fair summary of all of this. So, and that's sort of high-level feedback. I think it's probably clear to everyone that, I see things differently sometimes and view things differently. And I will say some of the phrasing of my feedback, I mean, one thing in particular, like, I spent a ton of time quoting the actual indicator versus the evidence that Mary Beth provided. And I don't know from a very analytical standpoint that level of sort of objective analysis, like in my introduction, I took the evidence and I took the standard, like the exact language of the standard and the exact evidence, and did a lot of like cross-checking. I don't feel like that part of my approach was reflected. I feel like it was a little bit more anecdotal. So I would have liked to see a little bit more specificity, because I quote the indicators a lot, and I don't actually know that in this composite, a lot of that's not there. So I guess I would say I feel like halfway heard, but I think once people were to see the individual evaluations, they'll be able to see for themselves like where that comes out. So yeah, I mean, high level, I think it's good that we defined our approach. I think it's interesting that mathematically sometimes, in some of these cases, the fact that 3 of us said unsatisfactory, I forget which one it was, 3 of us said unsatisfactory and 3 of us said proficient, which that's actually a pretty wide gulf in between, So I think, I don't really know how to make that better if we all have such different perspectives on what constitutes performance. I think that's a hard spot for you as the aggregator to be, and I think it's a tough spot for Mary Beth to be, because depending on whose evaluation you read, she's proficient on 3 and unsatisfactory on another, and those are far apart. So, I accept it as I do accept it as a record, but I think the schisms present in the document itself are an indicator of our committee, I think you said that pretty accurate in the beginning, like, it reflects us, and we ourselves are very fractured, and the community is very fractured, and so I think it's accurate in that way, so.
All right. David,
I just want to say, like, in reading through this, 2 or 3 times, I actually don't feel represented at all in it.
really, because you are directly quoted in several places.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm going up against mine right now because I just didn't feel like, I read, I've been through this process before, and I understand what is going on here and why. My worry is not so much with the superintendent, because I think the superintendent has the ability to see where everyone is coming from and see that. But with people at home who want to make sure that us as representatives are seeing what they see and speaking for them, and that's a fine line to sort of balance, because obviously we want our superintendent to succeed, and we want to, help, give her the tools she needs to really fulfill her plans, and as she sees where she'd like the district to go and build the district. But it's been a tough year, and I've said all along that it was a Herculean task, right? It was almost impossible. She was given really an impossible task. Excuse me. But what's great about this, and it's not great, and I understand that, like, being on both sides of, these evaluations, it sometimes it's a tough pill to swallow, but like, there's just room for growth here, right? It's just, as things are starting to get back to normal, as Mary Beth is starting to get acclimated to what it is to be. I remember so distinctly a year ago, you and I talking when we first, and I'm like, this is a really tough place, to sort of, to be a superintendent, and, the parents are so involved in, to a fault at times, and as you sort of have a better understanding of the community, I'm looking really forward to moving forward, in hopefully just a nice, smoother sailing, but there were definitely some lessons to be learned from this year, and I want to make sure that we don't, I like that it does seem like there was some consensus there, right? Like, okay, tough year, let's move on. But, I just think it's, I do think it's important for, everyone at home who is not seeing this because they've gotten like 16 texts saying that for whatever reason they can't see this online or anything. But, that they know that, we hear them as school board members, and that we are advocating for them, and ultimately advocating for, the children of the district, and and that's sort of, we're trying to all use this, knowing that we're coming from such different places, to like use this as one of a unifying event to then bring, bring us to the next step, and just try to actually have a much better year building off of this, right? So I want to make sure that's the one thing that worries me about this, right? In that, and again, I know how big of a task this is just to make sure that people can read this and see that that's what this is saying, right? It's saying, all right, we had some bumps in the road, let's work to it, because there's also some really great things that came out of all of this too. So I just wanted to sort of put that out there.
Dana?
I know I already spoke, but when I first spoke the first time, I thought we were really only just saying whether this was an accurate, right? So is it okay if I?
Yeah, that's great.
I would like to echo, I think that David said the most important thing that I hoped me personally to say to you, Mary Beth, is what David just said, which is that I am very much looking forward to what next year will bring and to working hard with you. To what David just said about this reflects a really difficult year, literally worldwide, and also a difficult year here in our district for a whole number of reasons. And that I agree very much with David that I too worry that it'll be difficult for people, perhaps for the public, to sort of look at these check marks and really understand the complexity and the nuances of things that went well and things that were struggles this year. And that, that I feel great hope for next year, that things are that we're ready to move forward in a really positive way. So, and I think that's, to David's point, sort of hard to find in the weeds that Michelle did in an excellent way. But I just think it's a very difficult thing for them. So, thank you.
Okay, and, I would just say that it was extremely difficult to write this. Everyone should pretty much see themselves in here, because I literally typed your words off of, or copied them off, and then just put those connecting words in there, and then added what was from my own evaluation. I think what the overall message was in the evaluation was that there were expectations this year that weren't met, and that perhaps those expectations were not possible to be met. That was brought up by a lot of people this year, and that everybody is pleased that there is a budget that's been passed and that there's a path forward that's been presented. So I think I'll let you speak, and then I think we'll decide if this is the document that we want to put forward. Okay.
Sure. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. And first of all, I would like to thank all of you, because I know that it is not an easy task to fill these out. I've been doing these documents for quite a while myself, and it was clear and evident to me the time and thoughtfulness that you put into those, and I want to thank you for that. I felt that it was important to also respond in an equally thoughtful way to what it was that I read in the documents. And I have a kind of thorough response back in terms of my experience and how I took some of the feedback. Some of the feedback I found particularly helpful, and some of the challenges that have occurred this year, along with a list of what I saw as the critical aspects of stewardship of the district. And I'm not going to obviously read the whole document, but I would like to make a few comments. As many of you alluded to, this was a remarkably difficult year. And we know that there have been tensions and fissures within the community that have led to situations where people were frustrated and angry. They were diverse and conflicting needs. We had limited resources, and people were frustrated. And those tensions have resulted at times in targeting and blaming individuals and groups of people. And I would share that I've experienced that in this role, and that has not been easy at times. But I have tried to hold to my core values, and I have tried to explain that to the community in my open letter. As many of you have mentioned, that this document, I think, is actually a pretty fair representation of the committee, right? This is a committee that is split, and that there has been a lot of challenges within this committee, and part of what has been difficult for me at times as your superintendent is to respond to a vast gap in terms of what it is that I get for feedback and direction. Many of the votes are split so that we do not have consensus on anything, and that can be difficult and challenging to move things forward. I'll read a little bit from here that the challenges that we are facing, I have to put forward to say predate me, right? I am the third superintendent in 3 years. And there's been remarkable central office turnover and shuffling of positions during this time as well, right? Last June, prior to my arrival, in the middle of a global pandemic, the school committee needed to vote to reduce the budget by over $1 million. And this resulted in the elimination of 8% of all district staff 2 weeks before I arrived. The reductions included every position dedicated to instructional leadership, the HR director, and numerous teaching and support positions. And I know, and I have heard from families, that there has been frustration about consistency in some of the experiences that have happened from classroom to classroom. But I would ask you to consider, if the department that was eliminated was Vinnie's, what would that have meant for the budget? When you take out an entire department of teaching and learning, there is an impact. The reductions also resulted in a major restructuring at Miles River Middle School that did not have enough staffing left to maintain a middle school model. And prior to my arrival, the leadership team was coming to me with really high levels of anxiety about the state of the district and the lack of any viable plan for how to address the looming expectations regarding the opening of schools in a pandemic. That is what I walked into 10 months ago. There has been some comments made by a member of this committee that at times I feel has indicated that I behave in an unethical and in some cases illegal manner, not only I, but the leadership team. And and I really want to be clear that this team and myself work from a position of ethical responsibility to the students and the tasks that we are asked to carry out. And I have given some examples of some of the things that have been said. And when those things are said by a high-level member of a committee or a member of a high-ranking body, that impacts the public trust. And I need to share that some of the things that have been said, again, about me and by default to the leadership team in terms of our professional behavior has been hard. And I want to put that out there. I also want to note that there were important feedback that I heard and received in these documents that helped me to grow as a professional, right? And how do I improve my practice as a leader? I know that I need to prioritize more in-person and parent-teacher and communications and opportunities for personal connections. There was a lot of good feedback around that, and I appreciate that. There's a need to develop a more planful strategy to address the high level of dissent and disagreement within the district. That is part of my role, that is part of our role, but I appreciated that feedback and the clearly identifying of that work to be done. I appreciated the feedback around the implementation of the restructuring plan. That will clearly require some additional work to ensure that our teachers fully understand the plan that's being put in place. And really helpful feedback around the inconsistency of instructional experiences that students receive across the district, and that this was particularly evident in the digital environment, and that the committee is clear that this discrepancy needs to be addressed, and I appreciate that feedback, and will certainly be working on that. Very quickly, in this role, there are certain things from my perspective that have to happen in order to move a district forward. You had a return to school plan to DESE by the due date by 8/10. Absolutely no work had been done on that plan before I walked through the door, and it was delivered on time. I personally negotiated 3 separate MOAs to ensure that we were able to bring students back. In absence of any staff dedicated to instructional leadership, whose role it is to support the development of instructional programming, to meet students' needs, to ensure consistency and alignment, and facilitate the use of data to inform instructional practices, we still were able to provide hybrid programming, fully remote programming, live streaming of instruction, and options for families who are unable to participate in in-person learning. Even with the elimination of the Director of Human Resources position, we were able to process leaves and respond to remarkably high levels of HR issues that take place in a pandemic environment. I'd like to give Assistant Superintendent Vinnie Leone credit for his help in that, and also recognize Eric Tracy, who also stepped up and helped us facilitate those issues. I've been working with the committee around a 3-year collective bargaining agreement. That is something else that came due this year. That is once every 3 years, but it hit this year in the middle of the pandemic. And I am hopeful, as I think all of us are, that we will be able to resolve that in the near future. One of the things that happened when I walked through the door, there were no goals in the district. There was no direction in the district. I moved to put in 2021 district goals. There was no strategic plan to refer to. So you walked in, and that's what was there, right? I've worked with the leadership team around the 21-22 district goals. I felt really good about the collaborative process we've had here about refining those goals and responding to those goals in order to make them better. And that talking about why those goals are so important, so that when the school year starts and even when the summer work begins, we all have a sense of direction, clarity, and coherence. One of the things, and I certainly acknowledge it was not a landslide and it was not easy, right? But the fiscal year 22 budget, for the first time in recent history, was unanimously supported by the select boards, the finance committee, and the town administrators in both the towns of Hamilton and Wenham. And we were able to avoid a situation in which both towns would have needed to pass an override in order to fund the schools. And that we were able to bring back some of the significant capacity that was lost last year. Had the budget not passed, the impact on trying to stabilize this district and to restore and rebuild key areas of function would have been substantially impaired. I know that all of us know that leadership matters, words matter, tone matters, right? This is a meeting of publicly elected officials who are tasked with overseeing the district. And I know we all know that the type of discourse that occurs here the treatment of individual people, and the problem-solving that occurs in these meetings are authentic models that our students observe to learn about how our communities and how our democracy functions. And I know that all of us know that this is not a responsibility that should be taken lightly. I thank you for the opportunity to offer some of my thoughts. I thank you for the time and energy and thoughtfulness that you put into your evaluations, and continue to be committed to fulfilling my responsibilities to the students of this district. Thank you.
Okay, so then we need to vote that this is the evaluation that we want to give. And then on our agenda, well, let's do that first. We need to vote on if this is the document that we want to submit.
Where do we submit it?
What?
What do you mean submit?
We submit it and it
for the record.
goes into, yeah. Go ahead.
I move that the Hamilton Wenham Regional School Committee accept or approve, I don't know, approve the compilation end-of-cycle summative evaluation report as compiled by the chair, Michelle Bailey, and presented on today's agenda.
Is there a second? Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Do people want to discuss it more? Yep.
There's one thing I think that the only thing gives me, and I'm in favor of accepting it because I think it is an accurate reflection of the committee. One thing I think is going to be helpful as we look to goal setting that I found really challenging, and maybe it's because this was the first time I think this group had really used the indicators. I mentioned on a number of occasions, I think the artifacts that you presented did not track to the indicators. I think there was an evidentiary disconnect. So I think now that we've gone through this, so for me, a lot of my difficulty was just saying the indicator says these things should have happened, but the artifacts, in my opinion, did not demonstrate that. So I think as we look forward to setting goals for next year, I think before we, and I remember that meeting, I think I was sitting in almost this location, we were kind of haphazardly, oh, that seems like that, yeah, that sounds good. We added indicators, and I think in retrospect, we set up sort of a disconnect in that way. So as we move forward to your goal setting for next year, I want to be more thoughtful about, as we assign an indicator, we really look at it, and then we kind of think through, well, what would a piece of evidence like that look like? How would you prove that? Because that for me was a difficult part of this process. So I'm comfortable accepting the document as a true reflection of this. Again, I don't feel like it totally captures what I really said, but I accept for what it is. But I think next year we can learn from it as a body about how to do an evaluation that uses the goals and the rubric in a way that maybe will eliminate that kind of disconnect, if that makes sense.
Does this evaluation have any impact on Superintendent Banyos?
Not really, other than, so if we give the rating of needs improvement, then we will need to work with Mary Beth, I'm sorry, I get close to the mic. We will need to work with Mary Beth somehow to create a self-directed improvement plan. So we'll have some work to do to support her in doing that, so.
Does that have to, I mean, is that in other circumstances, does that take the form of like measurable, like a performance plan, like is this the same as like an HR warning of like you have some things you need to improve upon? I'm just
It's not
looking
like
at
that at all.
Okay.
Have you ever given a teacher a self-directed plan?
Yes, I have. Yeah, so, this report gets the.
Because this isn't like an improvement plan, this is just a self-directed
Right.
plan.
So what
yeah.
happens is that for every educator in this district, we submit the ratings only to the Department of Education that are submitted to the Department of Education as a record of that particular employee's performance. And so it is relatively rare in this district for folks to receive a needs improvement, but when that does happen, then there is a self-directed plan that is put into place to move things forward.
Yeah, because when I consulted with Dorothy, she was like, well, this kind of never happens. So they're not really sure. And that, yeah. So, and her recommendation was that, well, first she said, do you have a personnel committee? And I was like, come on. And then she recommended that maybe the chair and the vice chair work with you and Jane, no, yeah, that's her name, your coach's name, to put together some sort of plan, so. But I was going to talk to that after we approved this, so.
I'm a little bothered by this process. I think we've sort of have this review compiled that we haven't even addressed on the public record and gone through. We've already allowed the superintendent to rebut it before it's even been made part of the public record. And I'm pretty disturbed by the response, to be honest with you. I think that we are way out of sort of whack on how this should be going, right? That this is, excuse me, this is a review process from the board, right? And whether or not, the entirety of the compilation should have been put on the record, and then we can speak to whether or not we want to move it forward. That if it's a representation, right? Because it's not on the record now, right? We're still talking about anyone who's not in front of a computer right now has no idea what we're talking about. But they know exactly how Mary Beth feels about it. So we put, we've really messed up the process.
Can you elaborate on that? I'm not sure what you're saying.
So
I had it posted at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Can anyone over there tell me what the review, what the review says?
Yeah, it was posted to Facebook already
So, but I mean,
by people in the
hasn't been
audience
read-
here.
It hasn't been read on the record. It hasn't been discussed on the record.
Oh, you want to, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't,
Michelle,
I thought that.
he's trying to give you valid feedback.
I'm
Don't be
sorry,
defensive.
I misunderstood what you said. So you think we should read it?
It should have, yeah, we should be
Okay.
going through this.
Okay. I thought that that's what we were doing in the comments, and nobody was like saying anything, so, okay, I'm fine with that.
Well, are you suggesting we actually read all 15 pages into the record?
What's that?
Are you suggesting that we read all 15 pages into the record?
It has been past practice that we've gone through and said, on this goal, the
I know, but it was only a few sentences.
X.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that.
But before we do that, can I say something else?
Let's let David finish, and I will, and then we'll let you talk.
I'm done.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So before I move on to something David said, the only reason I'm asking about what does this mean, like substantively, does it mean, I'm just looking at the guidance from a rating of needs improvement, which says needs improvement / developing equals performance on a standard or overall is below the requirements of a standard or overall, but is not considered to be unsatisfactory at this time. Improvement is necessary and expected, which sort of denotes, like, I guess it just maybe, I guess I'm wondering if this rating is sort of entered in as the record now, and then next year we are still in the same place. Like, maybe this would be helpful to hear from Dorothy or someone else. Like, that line of improvement is necessary and expected. In HR language, to me, that means like, this is a little bit of like a subject for growth, and we need to monitor it as like a benchmark. So I am a little unclear about what it means. I think what David's saying was sort of what I was trying to say, is that, especially in response to Mary Beth's rebuttal, which, quite frankly, is very much targeted to me personally, not by name, but that's okay. I do feel like in order for the public to properly contextualize the compilation, but especially to contextualize her rebuttal, they have no idea what she's responding to because they haven't seen it, right? So I think there's a transparency issue that we have to address. And I think that is sort of procedurally, it does feel a little irregular because I think we're sort of talking in a code. I know exactly what I wrote, and I think if other people on the committee and the public saw what I actually wrote, they might look at the response and say, okay, it's not quite, I think there's a disconnect there. So I do feel like we need to make that more public. I don't know, and while I have the floor for a second, the only thing I'll say to the superintendent specifically is, when you say criticism towards you by default is of the leadership team, I actually want to be really clear that I don't think that is by default. I have no contact with the leadership team. I don't meet with them. I meet with you. You're my point of contact. So for the leadership team that might be extrapolating that, I just want to be really clear, like, my comments and evaluation is of you, not them, because I don't know what happens in those meetings. All I can see is the work product of it. And for you are the CEO of this organization. So regardless of what happens behind the scenes, ultimately the work product I see as being your responsibility. So I just want to be really clear. I think in your response, you are extrapolating criticism to the leadership team in a way that I most definitely do not mean, because I have no way to evaluate the leadership team. I don't meet with them, but I know I'm evaluating you. So I just want to be crystal clear. My comments and performance review are of you and solely you, not anyone else within the leadership team. I just want to make sure that that's made clear.
Go ahead, and then I'll read it.
Yeah, I would just say that there have been comments made, such as the shameless manipulation of data, right? When a comment like that is made, knowing, and the data comes from our principals.
Back and forth. Is it healthy for the review process?
A review process is a conversation.
What's that?
A review process is a conversation.
We haven't reviewed the documents, right? It's a personal conversation going on right now. Instead of a board evaluation to the superintendent, this is now turned into a personal conversation, right? We could be playing cards over here because those two are just talking to one back and forth to one another.
Okay, so what are you suggesting?
So again, I think we should be reading the entire evaluation into the public record.
Okay, all right. Do you want me to read the whole thing, or do people want to take turns?
No, you've been through 6 of these yourself.
All right, well, here we go. So the methodology. Per the school committee vote on April 28th, ratings were assigned a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in some cases. Averages of the rankings were then averaged. That's a bad sentence. For standard 3, the diversity of ratings caused the average to be a 2, with 3 members ranking proficient, 3 members ranking unsatisfactory, and 1 ranking needs improvement. The rating ranged from 1 to 4 in many categories, and the inter-rater reliability on this standard does not seem to have occurred. Inter-rater reliability is vital to employee evaluation practice to eliminate bias and sustain transparency, consistency, and impartiality. And then that's actually a citation. The superintendent should work closely with the committee to define goals and work with the chair to provide additional training. This is my editorial. And to provide additional training of the rating process in the next year. Overall, the ratings of the superintendent varied from proficient, 3 members, needs improvement, 3 members, and unsatisfactory. Superintendent Banyos entered the Hamilton-Wenham Regional School District on July 1st in an uncertain time without a settled budget. In the middle of a pandemic, after last-minute drastic staff cuts and several years without a strategic plan. Any one of these concerns would be a large undertaking for a superintendent. It cannot be ignored that while the overall rating here is needs improvement, it is highly likely that no person would have entered this situation and created systems that fully met the needs of our community during this time of crisis. Our district parents are extremely demanding. During the pandemic, those demands increased exponentially. The decision regarding the modality of learning in the fall was fraught with emotion and differing opinions. Community members wanted students back in school, but also wanted to support teachers' requests to work from home. Other parents wanted all students to be remote, like neighboring districts, so that all students had the same educational opportunities. Ultimately, in a 4-3 vote under the superintendent's leadership, the school committee voted to start the school year in a hybrid approach.
Michelle, before you go any further.
Yep.
I just wanted to clarify that I think the process of going through step 1, assess progress towards goals of reference, I think that's what really we should be discussing rather than going sort of more into the weeds. I think that would just be the broader overview.
Don't understand what you're saying.
So, the end of cycle summative evaluation report for the superintendent. Step 1 is to assess progress towards goals, reference performance goals, check 1 for each goal. For professional practice, the cumulative average is significant process. For student learning goals, the cumulative average is some progress.
I
For
thought we
district
did that
improvement
already.
goals, the cumulative average is some progress.
Yep.
Step 2, and I just think that is, what I say, it should be read to the record. That's the part that should be read to the record.
I'm confused
not
because
sure
I
what I think
already
she
did
did.
that.
Excuse me?
I've already done that.
You've already done that?
Maybe not, I don't know. I thought
At the beginning, I said that the ratings were this, and then that the overall rating was needs improvement. Is that what you,
So we went,
do you want to just,
I really don't remember going through,
okay,
but that's fine.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not sure that reading the entire document into the record is a good use of our committee's or the public's time, considering that it is available to read. I mean, if the committee wants Michelle to do that, we can obviously do that, but realistically, like, that will take an hour just to read it into the record. So I want to understand what David's getting at, but I actually think we should not read the entire document into the record.
Okay. I mean, I honestly feel that the only one who made a clear distinction of how they feel and where they stand on this has been the superintendent.
Well, I'm sort of counting on the release of our individual evaluations for people to be able to see for themselves where we stood.
Julia?
I think going forward, for next time we do this evaluation, we need direction as to what this process looks like. Like, if I had been told, come prepared to talk for 5 minutes and synthesize your evaluation, then I totally would have. You know, I think like our expectation was that we would have this document, it would be shown to the public, they'd have time to read it, we would have time to read it, and then we would maybe discuss it if we had issues with it. But I understand what David is saying, because he had a different expectation, and maybe the public had a different expectation. So I think if it's clear, because there was only half an hour allowed for this on the agenda, so I didn't think there would be a lot of debate. I didn't think that was the intention. But if that is the intention, if that's what we're supposed to be doing, then I think we need some headway to prepare for that. So I think next time, we definitely need to determine, like, are we talking one-on-one? We're defending our position, we're explaining maybe three key points, and then we are talking about the composite? I don't know. So I guess I don't have a comment on tonight, but I also don't think it's a good use of time to read it into the record. Because it can be put, we don't normally do that with all documents, though.
It's literally the culmination of the past year in your assessment of the superintendent. If you're comfortable with not having that clearly put on the record, okay.
Well,
I would say it's on the record because it's a document that's accessible, but that's just, yeah, Dana.
I'm really trying to know what it is, because I thought I heard you, that you wanted to have this read into the record, but then I thought you said for her to stop. So I want to know what's usually done. Do we usually read the whole thing into the record? Or do we usually just have a...
The last time I did this, now granted we didn't do one last year, but it was the entire report was read top to bottom.
And it was much shorter. And it was much shorter.
Right. But, it is what it is.
Yep.
And then there was not a rebuttal from the superintendent.
Okay. So...
No, there was feedback from the superintendent.
There was feedback.
Yeah.
It was a discussion.
Yeah.
It wasn't a published, pre-written.
I will say Naomi had recommended to Mary Beth that she write a letter, so she did.
I don't know. It leaves me really, really uneasy.
So, but what would make it,
It is what it is at this point. I'm putting on the record that I am not comfortable with this process.
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Oh, Anna.
I'm responding to David's discomfort and validating it. I'm a little bit puzzled at how to make it better right now in this moment, but I think that you're expressing a genuine concern that we're doing something irregular, and that I want to just validate that. I think for me, and I'll say it again, the only way frankly, the only way I'm comfortable accepting this document as an amalgam is with the explicit expectation that everyone's individual evaluations are made public, as soon as the meeting is done. Maybe it gets added as an exhibit, maybe they get posted. I don't know mechanically how that happens, because I, as the one person who did rate as unsatisfactory, is the one person who is, very much sort of targeted in this rebuttal. I feel like the only way for me to show the public where I was coming from, the information Mary Beth is responding to is in my personal evaluation, parts of what you're here, sort of accurately, but close enough, I'm okay with it. But the only reason I'm remotely okay with moving forward is with the explicit expectation that my individual evaluation is made public as soon as possible. Because frankly, there's a disparagement my direction as well. So my rebuttal, so to speak, is my evaluation, which is there, for the public record. So I wish I could understand what David is getting at. I wish that we didn't have to read all 15 pages into the record to satisfy it. I wish there was a clearer solution here, but...
But, it's 15 pages. That's not really a good excuse on why we shouldn't be going through it thoroughly. It's one of our 3 primary jobs as school committee members. Trust me, I don't want to be here to read through 15 pages of this, but that reflects poorly on us that we're sort of willing to let it go, right? It's a key process. It's literally what we're here for, right? And I just have to say that I'm not happy with it.
Can I make a suggestion? Because I'd like to move forward. So would it make sense to finish reading what the overall comment that Michelle was, part way through, and then the next thing that I'm hearing is it might make sense to say, okay, so then the first standard, instructional leadership, does anyone have any comments about the composite here regarding instructional leadership? Would that be an appropriate way to do this?
I mean, honestly, it's a Band-Aid, but.
Well, I don't know, what purpose does
All right,
reading
so
it?
now I'm
okay.
withdrawing my comment.
Okay.
Right? Because
I'm happy.
I have 20 minutes now.
That's what I was gonna say.
Understanding that I'm saying that we've done this incorrectly and inefficiently, I'm just gonna back off because I don't want this conversation to go on any further.
Okay. Okay. All right, so does anybody have any further comments on the evaluation itself? All right, so, go ahead. I don't know, I don't understand, because when I was reading it, then I felt like I was cut off not to read it, and now that, I don't know.
Oh, can I say, I didn't think he was cutting you off. I think he was just saying you missed the reading the first part. But I don't know if maybe we should vote on this, or if you want to make a motion, David, I don't know. I don't know where we go from here. You did make a motion?
I think Dana did.
Yeah, we did make a motion.
Okay.
I guess I as much as this is a hard conversation, I hear your feedback, and I think we should try to do a better job. I feel like if that means continuing to read, I think we should continue to read, or we should at least, I don't see any harm in going through each standard and just taking 5 minutes or whatever it is, a few minutes on each standard. I don't, because I hear what you're saying, that
All right, I'm going to read the rest of the summary, and then we'll go from there. While planning the return to kindergarten and first grade students in late November, the state recommended more in-person learning. The Hamilton Wenham Regional School District was able to meet this threshold due to her foresight and planning. However, this return was met with demands to return all students and requests from school committee members for a state audit of the time on learning report. There has been mistrust between the superintendent and the community, and this mistrust has also extended to the school committee. It should be recognized that the superintendent faced the daunting and seemingly impossible task of responding to hundreds of emails per week, many of the emails demanding the superintendent implement conflicting actions. Regardless of which action she took, a number of community members would be upset. Some members of the community suggested a vote of no confidence should be taken, but failed to gather little more than 100 unvetted signatures and was never presented to the school committee. The concern of mistrust was a common theme for the committee members. The most unsatisfactory aspect of the superintendent's fundamental competence is evident in the heavily fractured relationship with the stakeholders that matter most in our district, parents and teachers. Her leadership style, poor communication skills, and inability to build consensus are not necessarily evaluation criteria that can be improved. They are a core weakness. If we are continually being told by the stakeholders, the community, the teachers, and the parents that the ship is sinking, we must address this head on. The superintendent needs to lead in this effort. Members suggest that as the pandemic restrictions are lifted, the superintendent, and there's a misspelling there. meet with more parents and teachers, as interpersonal communication is an area of strength for her. The process of developing the portrait of the graduate and the strategic plan will give her this opportunity. Some committee members describe the superintendent as having a clear passion for putting the needs of the students first and standing up for her beliefs on items that are impactful to student learning, safety, and student social emotional needs. They believe the Superintendent Banyos has a vision and proper skill set to bring stability and continued educational excellence to the district. Other members state that they did not think the Superintendent Banyos has the innate capacity of leadership and collaboration we need to heal after an incredibly difficult year in the pandemic. The juxtaposition in views seems to be a theme in this evaluation. The superintendent met all the daunting challenges of the last year with grace and diplomacy. Even in the face of personal attacks, she continued to innovate and negotiate for improving learning in the district. It is believed that the upcoming strategic planning will provide an opportunity for Superintendent Banyos to shine. She understands the importance of getting community input and having the hard conversations. Superintendent Banyos is a competent and focused educator. In her first year as superintendent of the Hamilton-Wenham Regional School District, she has led while dealing with a decimated budget, parent disconnect, Hamilton-Wenham Education Association discontent, and school committee dysfunction. Through the turmoil and many issues, Ms. Banyos has remained focused on moving the district forward and creating programs that serve our students. Mary Beth has a clear vision of where she'd like to take the Hamilton-Wenham Regional School District, but she must address the state of the district and contentions currently in the community. Okay, so student learning goal. There was some progress made. Professional practice goal met. District improvement goal, number 1, significant progress. District improvement goal, number 2, some progress. District goal, number 3, significant progress.
Just for clarification, Michelle, that's the average of our readings?
Correct.
Okay.
And then A1, curriculum, needs improvement. B1, instruction, ensures practice, and that goes with goal 3 and 4, needs improvement. Assessment, which had to do with goal 3 and goal 4, needs improvement. Overall needs improvement. There were 2 that rated proficient, 3 or 4 that rated needs improvement, and 1 that rated unsatisfactory. Talks about things like, let's see, coordinating to reopen the school district was a positive, responding to parents' demands, that we opened the schools with a split vote. There was some concern around the well, actually, 4 people brought this up. The HWEA members survey, about 86 of the teachers disagreeing with the restructuring plan. There's some praise having to do with implementing live streaming as a response to feedback that they needed more one-to-one, not one-to-one, but more contact with their teachers. But there still does seem to be a discrepancy in the way curriculum and instruction is delivered across the schools during this hybrid period without district-wide curriculum leaders. It was suggested that a learning management system might have been able to help with that.
There's Peter.
There's some discussion about how there were many different iterations throughout the year, and how Superintendent Banyos had to work with the leadership team to create, new rules and schedules and things like that. and that the staff had worked together to sort of share their best practices through blogs, but someone was concerned that there was no evidence that suggested that any of the blogging activities yielded district-wide practice implementation, since there was only evidence of the blogs at the high school and middle and administrative level. More talk about bringing back our youngest learners, and that the leadership team was planning ahead with that back in November, and then the DESE brought forward ways for us to do that. Then there's some discussion about a couple of the evaluations talk about families being worried about the time on learning being inflated, and that there was a complaint filed with the DESE, but at this time we don't have the response. We don't really know if those concerns are valid or not. And that one of the evaluations mentioned this being an important point in the decision-making process. For standard number 2, superintendent was ranked for standard 2E, proficient. That was the only standard we were rating. So overall, she was also ranked as proficient. There was 1 exemplary, 4 proficient, 1 needs improvement, and 1 unsatisfactory. And a lot of this was about the unsatisfactory one said there was not evidence of collaboration and there were financial irregularities. And the concern about the literacy support in the budget for next year. And that there was a concern about collaboration with the HWEA, stated that the teachers feared retribution if they spoke against the budget. There was a discussion of one of the ratings of misuse of public funds for the private PR firm. The late notification about not hiring the, what was that called? Teacher on special duty or something like that. Questions about bids related to the strategic planning, and a couple of people talked about a failure to send out the RFQ to the DESE consultants for the Portrait of a Graduate. And there was some concerns about the Student Opportunity Grant Fund's proposal not soliciting enough community input. On the other hand, 5 members commended the superintendent for her thoughtful budget that recovers a lot of the capacity, addresses a known need in early literacy, and allowed the towns to avoid overrides. There was also town officials that commended the superintendent in the budget process for this year, saying it felt more collaborative and represented the shared sense of ownership. And the superintendent does make sure that the committee receives regular updates, as we did tonight, on implementing the budget in the district, and that you have navigated the various emergency grants to allow the district to provide a safe learning environment. Standard 3 is on family and community engagement for shared responsibility, which is 3B, and relates to goal 2, rated needs improvement. On 3C, communication, about engaging in 2-way culturally proficient communication with families, related to goal number 2, rated needs improvement, overall rated needs improvement. Again, as previously noted, there's a wide discrepancy of ratings, with 3 rating proficient, 1 at needs improvement, and 3 at unsatisfactory. Let's see. So for unsatisfactory, The trust and communication between the district and parent community has never been at such odds. Stakeholders have, there was a discussion about like people being rebuffed and having to turn to the school committee to get help. Someone said, based on observations, the superintendent does not set clear expectations for or provide support to administrators regarding regular culturally sensitive communications. And they were cited, evidence that was cited for this is that the school committee received a complaint from a parent that their child was forced to say, "I like Christmas" during their world language class. Christmas decorations are pervasive and heavily dominant in the district buildings, and the high school winter music program drew exclusively from selections from the Christian holiday canon. Additional evidence is that there remains ongoing tension about the designation of Good Friday as a vacation day on the approved school committee calendar. That the holiday message sent by the superintendent on December 23rd used the greeting or closing thoughts and prayers, and that would make it makes the superintendent contradict the requirement of cultural competency that respects the different family home languages, cultures, and values. Whatever, that's missing quotes. Someone else talked about instances, well, actually, this may be the same person. Instances of racial and homophobic language reported to the school committee through Zoom bombing at school, a TikTok video, and then comments on a YouTube school committee meeting, which may have been the last meeting. And then there were several people who brought up that the superintendent's district-wide message was too vague, that the reference as being inappropriate and hurtful did not condemn the events and correctly identify them as hate speech, and that the committee is unclear of what consequences, if any, the students have received for their behavior. Lack of clear force by the superintendent shows failure to meet 2C, which is culturally sensitive communication. And that the superintendent has been made aware that the district's website titled Commitment to Equity has only a message, information coming soon, and that the superintendent has not had that page removed, and that this constitutes a clear deficiency in the superintendent's cultural competency. On the other hand, the members saw that Standard 3 was actually a strength for Superintendent Banyos. In the summer and fall, she responded to many emails and voicemails, whereas prior to COVID, communications from the former superintendents were limited. That Superintendent Banyos actually started working here earlier than her first day of her contract to make sure that things went smoothly. That, and this is brought up twice, that there were typos in things that she had provided, but one person said she'd taken the feedback and had improved, and that the consultation with the PR firm, which has been a point of contention, seems to have steadily improved communication. And the virtual coffee hours were great, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough time to do as many as had been planned, and that the one-on-one and small group communications is one of the superintendent's strong points, that she has a great ability to calm a situation and to find a common resolve, even when a common resolve is not met. And then she's fostered relationships outside of the schools with the town managers, select boards, FinComs, also working at the North Shore Superintendent's Roundtable, and also responding to media requests this year. Superintendent has encouraged appropriate family communications with the principals to get their questions and concerns addressed. Recently, the superintendent has the restructuring of the family engagement coordinator, and this position has helped increase communication with parents and organizations and organize the website. And in the spring, the superintendent attended the training with us and then led the discussion afterwards and has set a DEI goal for next year. Standard 4 is around professional culture. Did I get this fixed? Yeah, it looks like I got this fixed. 4A is a commitment to high standards. It relates to goal number 1. I think it was like it was a 2-4 something, so I marked both, like it's kind of in the middle. I feel like that's what it was. I feel like it was a 2.4 something. Sorry on that. I should have wrote the number in. So that's between needs improvement and proficient, continuous learning. She cultivates that people, are continuously learning. And in her case, she is continuously learning through the new superintendent induction program as proficient. Shared vision has to do with making sure that all stakeholders are involved in the vision for the district. And again, it was that same weird 4-2 or 4-3, so I put it in between both. And on 4F, managing conflict, it had to do with goal number 2, which was improving communications, which was needs improvement. So overall, it was needs improvement. So on this particular standard, there did seem to be consensus that because 5 members ranked the superintendent as needing improvement. Superintendent responds respectfully to dissent, lives her mantra, hard on the issues, soft on the people. She often says to us when there's opposing views that both can be true, even though that they can be opposite of each other. Their tensions were high in the fall, and she tries to work through the many issues of dissent and disagreement. However, some of those have remained contentious. It was suggested that if this was allowed to continue, it could foster an unhealthy culture. There were examples of excerpts from emails from teachers written into the evaluation on the return to hybrid learning, provided as evidence that by a school committee member that the teachers were not engaged in decision-making. The superintendent, as she stated, led negotiations for 4 MOU agreements, and I think it may even be more because I started to think about the custodians and their thing about the hazard pay, so there was that too. Let's see. Yeah, so, and there were several of those needed as modalities and guidance changed from the state. And we've seen that the superintendent has been an effective communicator and has an ability to calm the situations in tense negotiations. And I think that has not been more evident than it has been in the last few weeks. There were concerns raised about the recruiting of the bidders for the portrait of the graduate for the district. Okay, which I just won't say anything about that. And there's a statement, let's see. And that there was also concern about there wasn't district-wide buy-in, that there was a vote by the school committee that was 4-3 regarding the portrait of the graduate, and that teachers have raised concerns that the portrait of the graduate has already been addressed through the district's transfer goals. And the teachers hosted a meeting where multiple teachers stated that much of the portrait of the graduate work has already been completed, and it just needs to be augmented internally without the need for a paid outside consultant. And this was brought up several times. The committee seemed to be very concerned that votes were not unanimous, and giving examples of the modality of learning was 4-3, the SOA grant was 5-2, the portrait of the graduate was 5-2, the pool testing initially was voted a no and then revoted as a yes, and that the town meeting budget was not a landslide. The superintendent has participated in the new superintendent induction program. We've met her coach. She's implemented recommendations from the coach, and she worked with her and the MASC and the MASS to provide an opportunity for the community to explore ways that we can work together better. And then several people brought up, probably because it was a very current topic, about comments during the last meeting, and that the statement was too vague, but it did not, I guess probably because, well, you sent out that email to us about having the chat turned off and the actions that you took that night, but nobody really talked about that. So those were the things that people talked about. When you see these evaluations, you are going to see that probably 85% of this is literally lifted right out of the documents. So, okay, so are we ready to vote on this being the final evaluation? Do we want to put it off a week?
I think we should go ahead and vote, but I do want clarity about how the individual evaluations are going to be made public.
So the issue is that they were all in different formats. So I got some in PDFs, some in Word, some in whatever. So it would be a process for me to turn them all into one format and get them all into one document. So it's going to take some time, and after spending at least 24 hours, taking days off from work and giving my entire week into this, I just didn't have time to do it.
That's not my, I mean, that's great. And, I mean, I'm just simply saying, I feel
have
like
10 days to respond to that request, and I will be sure that the public documents are ready in 10 days. I'm very tired. I did a ton of work on this, a ton of work. All I want to do is just vote on it. Everybody's in violent agreement that this is what we want it to be. I'm very frustrated that we can't just vote. Yes.
I think we all understand you put a ton of work into it, and I think we all understand that you're really frustrated, but you're getting angry and you're not being professional or kind.
You are correct. I feel like I'm being attacked, and I've been asked this question 5 times. The answer is, I will get to it as soon as I humanly possibly can, but it is never quick enough, fast enough, or good enough. I'm telling you, all year long, it's always, I'm never good enough, fast enough, or quick enough. So I am trying very hard to get it done, but I'm not going to get it done tonight.
So I think we can agree that what Anna's requested, Michelle said within 10 days that she will be able to provide it to the public. And Dana has asked that we move to vote.
I move to vote.
If you send them to me, I'll do it. If you send all it, I'll do it for you. No problem.
Again, that requires me, if every individual here wants to send them to you, that's fine. But the issue is I literally do not have time to do my job well, and it's a very stressful time right now at my job.
Michelle, I think...
And take care of these things that I'm happy to do, but I feel like I'm being told that unless I explicitly say how I'm going to do it so that I can later on be checked and verified that I actually did exactly what one person wanted me to do, it isn't good enough. I am telling you now that I am feeling attacked, that I am never good enough, I'm never quick enough, and I never do it right. And that is how I feel. Whether it's your intention, I'm telling you that's how I feel.
So as a practical matter, if we all just turn ours into PDFs, which really should be the simplest form, we all have our originals, I feel like that's something simple that we could all do.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
In a few minutes, we're going to vote for a new chair. Would it make sense at that point that everyone could send their document to the new chair? The new chair will put those into a readable format and provide that within 10 days to the committee.
Mm-hmm.
I like that idea.
Yep, so I guess the motion on the table is to move to vote?
Yes.
Correct. So,
Okay, so are we voting to vote, or are we just going to vote? Or, let's just vote. Okay. So if we can vote, if this is the document that we want to be our final evaluation. All in favor? All opposed? Vote is 6-1. All right, is there, gotta find my agenda. We're going to reorganization of the committee. So, at this point,
I think I'm up.
I think it's you, because I am no longer the chair, and you will open up the nominations for the next thing. Yeah.
Yes. So at this point, I will take nominations for the next chair of the Hamilton-Wenham Regional School District School Committee. So do I hear any nominations? Yes, we have a nomination for Anna Seidzick. Is that seconded?
Second.
Okay. Any other nominations?
I nominate Dana Alara.
Okay, and a second on Dana?
Second.
What I would suggest is that we'll ask each of the individuals to spend about 5 minutes talking about why they are interested in this position, and then we will move to vote. So Anna, would you like to start first?
Sure. Thank you, Jen, for the nomination, Julia for the second. I accept it procedurally. I think my motivation is that, to me, the role of a chair is primarily administrative and organizational. And those are really my core strengths, is just making sure that documents are prepared, things are thorough and complete, and everyone has information. It's been my observation this year that a lot of it's just logistics. It's really just putting the meeting together, putting the documents together, and then running an efficient meeting. So I think it has a certain element of command of Robert's rules, which I think I have a reasonably good command of that already. And then I think for me, just the willingness to really sort of validate everyone's individual perspectives, even when, and perhaps especially when there's dissent. I think that's, to me, the chair is just really the chief admin. There's no additional power involved. It's organizational, and I think really finding ways to let people feel heard, and I think that is one of my core strengths. I think that trying to find ways that I can hear someone if they disagree and not over-personalize it. And there's been a couple moments, and I'll use Dave as an example, where sometimes things get personal, but they don't mean to be. And I think I keep my temper quite well, despite frequently being sort of the one voice of dissent. So I think that disposition is helpful. But I think my real strength is accessibility, approachability, organizational power, Robert's rules. And I'd just like to help us put together agendas that are reasonable. I think I'd like to take a closer look at what we're really trying to accomplish. And I think that, when we have nights like this, none of us function well when we're tired or stressed out, and it's been an extraordinarily difficult year. So I think I'd just like to try to bring a little bit more palatable bites, and then try to help us navigate conflict with a little more elegance, knowing full well what it feels like to be on sort of the receiving end of what does that look like, what does that feel like. So I think I have the right skills, and I think I have the right disposition, and I care passionately about our committee and our schools and our community. I think we all do. And I think that's come up as a theme in this year over and over, is that we all care powerfully. And no one, I think I've said this before, no one runs for public office because they're shy or they're selfish. We all volunteer thousands of hours, and I think that, just sort of approaching each other from a place of mutual respect and appreciation for the commitments we're making is important. So I would love to be the chair, and I think I could bring some good utility in terms of my skill set to just organizing us in a way that everyone feels really prepared and ready to have a good meeting when we finally do meet. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And Dana?
Okay. I have to say I was not ready for a 5-minute speech, but I can do it. This has been a very challenging year for everyone on the committee. And I feel that I have hope that I would be able to bring, as the chair, a tone, or I would bring forth a tone of compassion and hopefully a tone of bringing people together. And that doesn't mean, to Anna's point, that doesn't mean that we would agree. But I think we really are trying to set a model for our community about the way that we talk to each other. And it is challenging, and I would approach the chair job with my whole heart of trying to model that for our students, trying to model respectful conversations in which really hard dissenting differences are able to be hashed out in a way that everyone still feels heard and understood, even when they get outvoted, and to set a tone. I do or have facilitated many groups, and I do think it's one of my skills is to bring out people in a group. Not that this group needs any help being drawn out, but make sure that all voices are heard and represented. I've done that professionally. I've spent the last year, or last 10 months, I guess, or as the chair of negotiations. Not all of you get to see me in that role, but those that do, I hope that you feel like I have been able to work with both sides in a very complicated negotiation and to facilitate thoughtful, respectful, and efficient conversations. So I would very much like to take on the challenge of working collaboratively with all of you and working side by side with Mary Beth in terms of making this committee and the district better for all of us.
Thank you, Dana. I think at this point what we'll do is go around to committee members, and if you can just share if you would like to have Anna or Dana as the chair. We'll just go one by one. Does that make sense? Sure. Okay, so Julia?
Anna?
David?
Dana.
Dana?
Oh, Dana. I'm going to vote for myself.
Michelle?
Dana?
Other Michelle?
Dana.
Anna?
I would like Anna.
And Jen? So that is 4 votes for Dana, 3 votes for Anna. So Dana, you have been elected chair.
I think it's the opposite.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I say that wrong? 4 votes for Dana, 3 votes for Anna.
I think it's still the opposite.
Oh, did I hear, I heard Anna, Dana, 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 Anna, Anna.
I thought David voted for me. No?
Dana.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, yep, no worries at all. So with that election having taken place, I will now turn it over to Dana, who will lead the nomination for a vice chair.
Thank you. And it's I'm really honored and excited to get started. Okay, so thank you all. And do we have a nomination for vice chair? Any nominations for vice chair?
I'd like to nominate David Polito, and if I could just give my reasoning for David Polito, if that's okay? Having
Certainly.
sat in this chair as vice chair, I feel that you need to have experience as chair to sit in the vice chair spot. Because I feel that I did not serve Michelle well or the committee well, having not had experience to be in this hot seat. I feel that David's experience as chair would serve the school committee and Mary Beth and the district very well. It is a reverse succession plan, but I think this year it would serve us well.
Thank you. Do we have other nominations for vice chair?
Well, I nominate Anna Seidzek, if you would like to, I don't know if you want to take this.
I'll serve in any capacity that the committee feels. I would accept it, but I accept it, but thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other nominations? Okay. And I think last time we just moved to a vote, right? We just went around. All right, I'll go in a different order, I guess.
No speeches?
What?
There's going to be no speeches?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. We were forced to do speeches.
You don't have to, I don't care.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna pull myself out. I appreciate it very much, Julia. I do.
I was just about to pull myself.
I beat you to it. I actually.
It doesn't bode well for my chairmanship, does it?
No, it's not that, right? It's I understand and I appreciate why, you guys would like me to be vice chair. I'm nervous about the time commitment, to be 100% honest, right? You guys know where my priorities lie. I like put that right on the table, and these are tough meetings, right? It's midnight. We haven't even gotten to executive session yet. And I mean, I would hope that if, I would try to bring these meetings back down to earth. But I see a lot of value in having Anna, and I understand why you wouldn't want to do it.
No, okay, I would accept.
Because
I would accept
I
and not
think that
unsend. Can I do that?
where there's a divide, I don't really see it as much of a divide. I see it as more of a lack of understanding. That I think that if you're sort of in the driver's seat, or at least the co-pilot seat, I think you guys would make a great team. I do, and I think that would be really good for the committee moving forward. And then maybe even getting back into the idea of the vice chair sort of being that warm-up role for the chair down the line. So that's my thought process. Because I really could see that as being very successful. Of course, I'll help out in any way that I can. But I just think that, to be honest with myself and to be honest with all of you, I'm very nervous about that time commitment.
All right, well, in that case, then, I will re-accept the nomination with the caveat that, I'm 1 year in, just like Dana, and I think together, the two halves of our brain are definitely better than either one of us independent, so I kind of like that.
Thing going on, it could be really strong.
Yeah, well, and out of respect for my fellow committee members, I think it's flattering to have other people who you respect offer you up as well. So I would accept that nomination.
David, does that mean you're not going to accept the nomination?
I'm not going to accept it.
Then I would nominate Julia. I feel like it's important that we have a representative from each town. That's kind of like how we've been doing it for quite a while. It does help out, when you're coming to budget time, to have those relationships in town with one member from each town. So
I agree with that, but I also have a time commitment issue. So this turns into my really busy time. I do a lot of speaking and I do a lot of traveling, which is going to be picking up again. And I'm also concerned, but also I just don't feel like I have enough experience. So I really appreciate that, though. Thank you. Yeah, so I know it's two Hamilton people, but oh well. Oh well.
There's two Wenham people for a long, long time.
Thank
I'll
you,
nominate
Michelle, I do appreciate that.
Jen, because she's from Wenham.
Okay, so shall we move to a vote?
We're going to ask Jen if she's...
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just don't feel like I have the experience
Okay.
to do the vice chair position. I wish I did. But I mean, I'm still using my little Robert's Rules cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
Right.
Okay, so thank you, Jen. Thank you. All right, let's move to a vote. It seems like Anna, oh, should we go around? I think we did one around. We'll start with you, Julia.
Anna.
David.
Anna.
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 Anna?
All right. And it's unanimous, so Anna, you are officially the vice chair.
Thanks.
All right, I look forward to working with you. This
Thanks,
is going to be great. All right, so now I will take nominations for secretary.
I nominate Jen.
Okay. I'm going to make my own nomination too.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I actually nominate Julia. And I don't know if you want to give a reason, or I'll give a reason.
Yeah,
too.
I find that being the secretary is very valuable because you're going back and you're reading through what happened in a meeting, and it really helps you to kind of learn what kind of things have been said and to review that. And in your first year on the committee, it's really helpful.
And I'm going to actually nominate Julia for very similar reasons. I myself have been the secretary, and I got nominated in the first meeting, and it was what Michelle just said was true. And also, I think ideally I would have rather had a few months under my belt before I took it on, though what Michelle says is accurate about it being an excellent way to learn. So that's my reasoning for nominating Julia, because I think she's had those few months, and but honestly, I think you both could do an excellent job.
Okay. Do you want it,
I
Jen?
would be happy with either of us, so.
Okay, I accept the nomination.
Don't forget, there's the exciting role of vice secretary, too, which, you know,
Correct. Vice secretary is coming up.
Assistant secretary. It's assistant secretary.
So,
Okay, thank you so much.
okay, so are we ready to move to a vote? All right, why don't we start with?
well, can I ask a question
Oh,
of the
sure.
both of them, just, you know, because of time and...
Oh, I'm sorry. Speeches and all that.
Well, no, it's just more, I mean, I think in general, people do well when they're excited and comfortable with the role. So, I mean, I think I'd be curious to know, I mean, Julia's expressed a concern about time. I know Jen also has a full-time job. I mean, honestly, everyone in this committee is crazy busy, like every single one of us. So I feel like if the two of you are sort of indifferent, then maybe it doesn't matter, but if one of you had a stronger feeling about the time commitment, I will just say observationally, watching Dana from the vice secretary position, that the secretary position is a heavier lift than the vice secretary. But, you know, so I think you should go into it with an awareness that it is not an it's not nothing. I don't think it's nearly as much as the chair or the vice chair, but it's not just you occasionally do minutes and that's that. I think Dana's put a ton of time into it. And
Dana went heavy.
It's been a very unique year. I looked back at how many executive sessions used to happen, and it's a different world. So hopefully that will not continue. That'll be.
Well, it happens every 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say that I really find one of my strengths is to take multiple points of view and to concisely and think for that reason, I would be good as either a secretary or a vice president.
Well, I think, I mean, for me, like Anna said, the timing is always an issue. So I mean, I would be happy to, I don't know what, withdraw my nomination and second your nomination, and then maybe submit myself for vice chair. It just sound,
Like I said, I would be fine either way, but I want to do what you're most comfortable with. I'm not teaching as much next year, so my time constraints aren't as tight.
Okay. Well, then that should probably be the deciding factor, and I'm happy, obviously, to step in anytime, so we can
Okay.
switch it.
All right,
It's been
so,
collegial at 12:15 in the morning.
okay, so,
Great, it's not good night, it's good morning.
it's good morning. Okay, so it looks like, why don't we,
So I appreciate the nomination,
Why don't I
but
get
I will
official-
defer to Jen.
okay, so Jennifer Carr is the nominee for secretary. I'm going to start with Anna for your vote for secretary.
Yes, go Jen, go.
Michelle?
Jen?
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 Jen.
Okay, congratulations, Jen, you're the secretary. And now if we're ready to move to a vote for Julia Campbell as the vice secretary, let's,
It's assistant. Oh, I thought, but it's assistant secretary.
oh, I'm sorry, correct, assistant secretary. David nominated her. Did you accept, Julia?
Yes, I accept.
Okay, are we ready to vote? David?
Yes, Julia.
Julia?
Julia.
Julia?
Julia?
Julia.
Okay, Julia, you are the assistant secretary. As the chair, I know that at some point we need to reorganize the committees, but I might ask the group to, let's do that next time, shall we? And I might task all of you, especially Jen, you might, and I'd be happy to chat with you, or you could chat with someone else. It would be really, everyone should really be thoughtful about what committees you'd really like to serve on, so that when we come together, you'll be really ready to think about, where you might best fit in. Okay. Topics for future meetings, or shall we just move to executive
I have just a
session?
quick question. Do we have to go into executive session right now?
No.
Put a time,
We could put a time limit on it.
we could put a time limit on it, like literally like
Like 10 minutes?
10-minute recap kind of thing.
We could, I
Or
don't think
could we?
it's absolutely essential right now.
It's,
Um,
it's not, thank you, that, it's not essential, or we could do, it's not essential if we want to.
I want to defer to what the committee wants to do, but
I have a
I don't
topic
know if I
for future
move
meeting.
or whatever I do, but I would love to.
Anna?
Before we go to that, I did have a question about topic for future meeting. I'm a little concerned about the email we got from Everett, and they're speaking a public comment in regard to graduation. I am tremendously unclear if that's actually within our purview or not, but I feel like that request is caught in some sort of time warp collateral consequence, and I want to know how to resolve it definitively one way or the other.
Okay, so I would say that's a topic you're asking. Can we set aside, Mary Beth, do you have any further information about the graduation agenda?
Yeah, in terms of what's on the graduation
The
ceremony,
order of-
that's
order
something
of events.
that the principal, Eric Tracy, puts together. The feedback that we have given Everett is that there hasn't been any decision from the district about how we're going to move forward with that in terms of land acknowledgement. If the committee would like to make a determination on that, we'd be happy to do that. Technically, I am not sure, but we could certainly find out whether or not that decision would be made by the committee or by the principal. But given the fact that there hasn't even been any debate around that yet with the committee, the decision was to hold off on that.
So, I guess it would be interesting to have guidance on whether whether or not an agenda, I guess it's not an agenda, it's a, I don't know, what do you call it?
It's just a statement.
No, but I got,
Program,
what
the
I'm
high
talking, the
school program.
program, whether or not we ever make comments on the program.
I think that's, sorry. That's my question is this even in our purview? Or is this something that honestly, like, maybe you and the principal need to make a decision about?
And I honestly don't have the answer to that either, Julia, but what I'd be happy to do is consult with council tomorrow and see if we can clarify that.
Right, because we're happy to get into the weeds, as you know, but not if it's inappropriate and if we don't have to. We're being dragged into the weeds.
So Michelle.
Well, and I guess my question is, it seems as though this specific request is not the larger, it's not the bigger proposal. It's literally Everett wants to read land acknowledgement at their graduation. I mean, I think.
So Anna, here's why I like what, Mary Beth and Julia kind of just, my concern is, I think Everett did an excellent job, both in the email and today, of expressing exactly specifically what they are requesting. I think that was actually very helpful, that it was very clear that it was not the bigger picture. I think they did a really nice job expressing that. My hesitation is that it seems pretty evident to me that any number of students might ask for any number of things to be on the program at graduation in any given year. Anything, reading a poem, acknowledging perhaps a student who, passed away, something. I mean, any numbers of things could be requested, and I would hate to be in the weeds. So if we can task Mary Beth with...
Naomi, the reason that I think that that's the best course of action is that this was a proposal that came to the committee. And again, that there has not yet been a chance for the committee to debate it. And to your point, Dana, it does put the principal in a very difficult position because there may very well be other requests or other needs from students. And how do you start to determine where that line is? And so I think that the principal does not want to say no because he's trying to abide by the fact that this is a topic under consideration by the committee. But he also has challenges in terms of keeping that agenda tight and having criteria by which he decides this should go on the agenda and this shouldn't.
So I'm sorry, just for clarity, are you saying that the principal would like our guidance, or are you saying that?
I think that
I'm not sure.
Because we had the same conversation, like, is it for us to decide? And that where we landed is that this issue came in front of the committee as to whether or not the school district was going to engage in land acknowledgement. There was a presentation, but there had not been any conversation related to it yet. So at this time, we said because of that, he is not moving forward with it because there has not been any direction from the committee as to how you want to handle land acknowledgement requests in our public schools.
Sorry.
Okay.
So where do we go?
I'm not sure what to do with that. Anna?
Well, I think we've sort of created a chicken and egg problem then because, and I think Everett raised an interesting question. I mean, I don't know that the school committee ever vets what students might say at graduation, like ever. Like it would strike me as procedurally irregular that this would be something we would opine by. I think the fact that there's the broader request, which I do agree merits a broader conversation, and then there's this really sort of micro request within it. I guess to me, they can now be differentiated. So I would like us to perhaps set aside the broader proposal for a time the committee can really consider it and pretend as though this is just a student of the senior class who would like to say something at graduation, and then whatever process Principal Tracy would normally have, and I'm assuming any number of students have ideas like, hey, could we do this, could we do that? Whatever vetting happens, I think I would like to sort of disassociate the bigger request from this small request and let the small request be handled by the building principal in whatever way they're usually handled. And then we, the committee, can come back to the bigger proposal, soon, but not necessarily in June 2nd under the gun to make a decision. Does that seem fair?
If I'm hearing you correctly, Anna, what you're saying is we would basically, as the Supreme Court might do, sort of decline to hear the case at the moment. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, I would...
And separate it out and maybe even provide the feedback or guidance to Principal Tracy that this ought to be treated as any other request, like I just said, for a request for, I think Everett offered things.
Is it possible that we can put this on our next agenda? Because I feel like I'm channeling David. We're having a discussion right now about what the topic is.
That's what I was going to say. I think the answer is...
Like, where were you?
We'll add it to the next agenda.
Right. So, I mean...
I appreciate your solution.
I do too.
I think this...
So I guess my request is, topic for future meeting, could we spend a couple of minutes on the next agenda trying to formalize that so that Eric feels as though he has sufficient direction?
The only thing that I'd offer is that graduation is coming up, right? I think any kind of determination by June 2nd will be too late. So what I can do, I can do one of two things for you. I can contact the attorney and ask for clarity, or I can tell Eric that there was a conversation at the committee, and that the decision at this time is that this is his responsibility and to handle it as he would other requests that come through for students at graduation. I see nodding heads on the second one, so does that work for everybody?
I think so.
I think we have consensus without necessarily having a formalized vote. Does that seem accurate?
Because even bringing it up on the 2nd doesn't give enough time.
Yeah.
No.
All right, I think that sounds accurate. All right.
Could I ask just another topic?
I will translate that to Principal Tracy.
For a future meeting for subcommittees?
Yes.
To put in place protocols for whether we're meeting in person or Zoom?
For subcommittees.
For subcommittees, yep.
Okay.
Because if the kids are in school and we're meeting in person, I think we need to discuss it now.
I actually think...
There would be guidance by the end of the month from the AG's office.
Michelle, this came up in my husband's work calls. I think once the emergency order expires on June 15th, our authorization to meet remotely also expires, no matter what. I don't think that's a decision that's even in our control.
Okay, so we will put that on our next agenda.
Sounds good.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn without going to executive session?
Where you going?
I move to adjourn at 12, I can't read that, 12:25, without going into executive session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
David Polito with the second. All right, all in favor of adjourning? It is unanimous. We are adjourned.